Hi.
Belch. Hello.
Awesome. So we were gonna come back at the end of the year, to do a just a quick, not a quick roundup, because last year when we found out doing this twice a year ends up in a 5-hour video.
We go long, as you
We
can
go
see.
long. It happens, but to save ourselves a pain in the ass later, we're gonna be doing just a quick little, not quick, because it's us, but we'll be doing
Is
a little roundup for the fall of 2024. It's now, as of recording, October 31st, 2024. We will not be covering every single, or at least in my case, I will not be covering every film I've seen in the time between the midpoint now. Just because there's a lot of stuff that, sometimes I just don't really have a lot to say about, and it's kind of just almost like a filler film to talk about. So with this one, we're really just going to talk about the stuff that, like the big stuff that we've seen and I have like thoughts on and actually want to talk about. And some stuff that I just feel passionate about and really want to mention is it's like stuff I either really like or really didn't like and want to mention it. So yeah, when we do the end point at the end of the year, I'll make sure to talk about those films that I left out in this one. Just be clear and have everything covered so that when we do our end of year lists, we can point back and be like, hey, if you want more thoughts, go over here, fun stuff. And also the reason why I'm picking this is that as of this date, October 31st, I have seen 84 films this year.
Happy Halloween, by the way.
Happy Halloween, also. You should point that out. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah.
Go get some candy, watch some horror movies and
Yeah.
whatnot. Have
Have
a
some
have a
fun.
have a wonderful time.
Have a wonderful time. It's a great holiday. I dressed up for work. I went as Ben 10.
Eh.
Yeah. It was fun. I liked it. I'll do it again.
Do it
So,
again.
so yeah. I don't know. You have anything to add, Ernest, before we get into this? As I've
No,
noted, I've just seen 84 movies. Dear Lord, what have I been
I
doing?
have I have not seen any four movies, but I've seen some movies.
Yeah.
To talk about them in a long length, whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I wonder if we'll
it's
get
been
to the point this year where you can make a top 10 list.
maybe I would have to I would have to catch up, but
Yeah. There are
we'll
definitely some
see.
things you should catch up on.
Yeah, that's stuff I want to see that I haven't just gotten my hands on.
Yeah.
But
And you're fortunate enough to have me, who will drag your ass to the theater to watch something with me.
tell me about it.
Hey,
Either the theater or out at the
yeah.
comfort of my own home. You'll be like,
Would you
Harry,
would you have
watch
seen
this.
Fly Me to the Moon otherwise?
Probably not. No, not at all. But I'm
Would
glad I did.
Yeah. But here's the thing. You definitely would have seen a couple other movies had I not dragged you to watch them.
Yeah, I would have seen
You definitely would
MaXXXine
have seen
some
a
other
few
way.
others, yeah. Some other ones that we'll get
Whatnot.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you got any other opening statements to go before we go into this.
Uh, uh well, let's see what happens after this.
All right. So with first one up, we can go to, let's see here.
Up. Oh my God, we're that's not
Kingdom.
up.
Ah. First one is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Ah, so did you cover this one or was this one
I
a
did. This one was just me.
okay?
Yeah.
See, it was kind of hard to remember. Wait. So I was there.
Yes, but
Hold on.
you hadn't seen it yet when I covered it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I put this in because I knew you had seen it because we watched it together.
No, I was wondering because I did see it. I was wondering if I saw it after you covered it or
Yeah.
if we
No,
both
you
covered
saw it.
it.
You saw it after I covered it.
Okay.
It was a very one-sided discussion. Yeah. Now you've seen it.
Well, yeah. I guess it can be a two-sided discussion.
Hmm.
I'll start. Yeah, I saw this movie. I liked it. I liked it enough to look forward to the next movie. I
Which
suppose
we
I
are
didn't think
officially getting.
we are getting. Yeah. How lucky.
I know, right?
Yeah, I didn't think it was quite as good as the first, well, the the remakes, reboots, whatever of
The
the
Caesar
three that,
trilogy.
yeah, the Caesar trilogy that we got way back then. To all you kids out there,
Yeah. Oof.
didn't think it was quite as good as either of those movies, but this was, I guess, what I would call a good reminder. Just what welcome back, basically.
A
Like, hey,
modest attempt.
yeah, modest attempt. Mm. It's lacking in certain things that made those first three movies quite special. One of them being Caesar. No character in this movie is quite as interesting or great as Caesar. But I guess you could say give them a shot, let them cook for what comes next.
Hmm.
Because what's his name? Noah.
Noah. Yeah.
Noah. Yeah, he's not quite as charismatic or captivating as Caesar, but I'd say give him give him something to do, and you can get under. I liked him enough in this movie to be like, hey, I like this character.
I quite liked Noah.
Yeah,
I was surprised by how much I liked Noah.
yeah. I honestly I don't like him quite as much as the gentleman on the right over there, my
Oh,
Mr.
Raka,
Orangutan over there, Raka, my
the
goat,
goat.
the goat of this movie. Absolutely, he was amazing. Ah, too bad,
Yeah, too bad.
But honestly, yeah. It's funny. I mentioned how much I like Raka. The movie kind of went down for me after Raka, took a
Yeah.
little swim,
Took a little dive, yeah.
little dive. Yeah. Uh, there was one human character. I mean,
There was a
really one
couple.
relevant human character. Really
Yeah.
one relevant human character.
Yeah, May.
Uh, yeah. Not the biggest fan of her. I think some work needs to be done with her in the next movies to come. Yeah.
Hmm.
Wasn't and, it's not like the other movies had great human characters either.
No.
No, not really. I think like the best work we got was Dawn of Planet of the Apes maybe with
Yeah.
a few other characters in there. Mostly just Gary Oldman maybe because it's Gary Oldman, but I like the scene of him looking
With
at
his
the
iPad.
yeah, that was a great scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, told me a lot about the character for like as little as we got of him.
Hmm.
Yeah, there wasn't much of that or anything equivalent to that in this movie. Especially how much they tried with Nova, because she was almost center point of the movie too. Like they focus a lot on her.
Oh,
But
May, you mean May. They do
May,
call her Nova for a while, but then she's,
yeah,
yeah.
I forget her name. Yeah, considering that she is like pretty main center in the movie, so it's like a little disappointing at that point. It's got a really disappointing villain. Like great performance
Yeah.
from the actor, but a really disappointing villain.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
the
feel like
worst that we've gotten.
I feel like they were setting up a really cool, like, I guess, like, or not theme, but like idea of watching like ideals be twisted over time. So how some can, see it as one thing when it really meant another, and just use it for what they want. And I liked his opening, his setup, like where he kind of says what he's about, but then he just disappears from the movie for the next 40 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
the
it's interesting that he was kind of right. And I think I would like them to explore that with the next one to really.
yeah, not with him though.
I
He's
think,
dead.
yeah, but I think they set up a decent like groundwork here. They clearly have an idea where they want this to go.
Yeah, I can understand where they're going with this. If you've seen the originals,
Yeah,
it might make sense to you.
it
As,
does
as you
help to have
point out.
seen the original.
It does some. At least
Yeah.
for me, at least the original, the first one.
Yes, the original 1960, because this is still leading into that 1968 original. People think it's a reboot trilogy. It's not. It's a prequel. It is a definitive prequel to the original 1968 film.
Yeah. Better mystery than Alien.
Yeah.
I actually do kind of want to know how that happened to the Earth, not how the Xenoph became the Xenoph.
Yeah.
This is one of those. I wouldn't say necessary sequels because prequels we didn't really need a prequels
No.
to this, but like it's nice to know.
Yeah. And it helps that those movies were great.
Yeah, they come up with a good way as to how
Yeah.
these things happened. It helps.
Do you because this was something I was struggling with for a while, so I kind of want to, because I never actually asked you this. I was struggling with even the mere concept of this movie, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, when they announced it, and even when the trailers are coming out, I was concerned because I felt like we didn't need this movie whatsoever. I felt like War for the Planet of the Apes was a perfect wrap up, not just to that trilogy, but to the entire series.
Yeah,
Like, we could have never gotten another Planet of the Apes movie ever, and it would have been fine with the way
because
War for the Planet of the Apes ended.
Because after War, you can pretty much understand,
You
like,
can
make it up
connect
in
the
your head
dots.
how they got to the point where the first movie was, the very first movie was.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't think that they would need that, and seeing this kind of makes you think, really, I could have made up a better
Yeah.
story in my head.
But I would say, at least for me, in my personal opinion, I felt this was a good. This movie made a good case for what kind of story you want to tell, and I think part of it was because they said it so far after.
Yeah, for now, it's a pretty one-sided story where you don't have to wonder that much because it's again it's pretty one-sided. It's mainly focusing on this one character, and what his deal is, not the entirety of the apes in their world.
Yeah.
Which
I think we'll get to see more of them as they go
yeah,
on.
yeah, kind of an issue with me for the movie being as long as it is.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's the other side of the other apes? Why did they split up, stuff like that? I'm left with questions which I hope are answered, but I kind of wish some of those questions were answered in this movie, which is
Yeah.
very long, by the way. Very
Two and a
long
half.
movie.
Yeah, 2.5 hours almost.
Yeah, probably that's the longest one we've gotten, right? Out of this
Yeah.
planet. Yeah.
Yeah. It's nearly, I think, 10 to 20 minutes longer than War for the Planet of the Apes was.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
No, it was
It wasn't
not.
a waste of your time.
No, it was not a waste of my time. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's got fun. It's also got fun action. The CGI looks really good. Not
Oh
as
my
good as
god, yeah.
old
It looks
movies.
it looks really good though. Like
Looks
they
really
did not
good.
skip out on it.
Yeah, no, looks really good. The acting by the actors who play the apes is really good. It's like I was back in the old movies. I mean, in the Caesar movies,
Yeah.
again with the mocap actors doing the
Yeah.
noises, the hoo hoo hoo.
Yeah. I think for me at least what makes me like this movie as much as I do and invested in seeing what the next one leads to is because I like Noah so much. I like the direction they seem to be taking his character in.
Hmm.
It almost feels like it's a, for lack of better phrasing here, it feels like it's a man questioning his faith. Almost.
Yeah,
Because he's been raised to experience things a certain way. And his call to adventure is not, I want to see what's more in this world. It's, I need to get something back. And in the process, I learn more about this world and I start questioning things about it. I start learning different ways of thinking. And I'm questioning my old ways. But I want to embrace the new ways, but the world keeps telling me I shouldn't. And so that's kind of like the question he's left with at the end of the movie because he grows into this leader, but it's kind of this questionable leader where it's like, is what I'm even thinking, like, is what I'm fighting for even right? Is this even possible? So it feels like they want to explore that as the next one goes on, as he explores more of the world. Because this movie leaves him with like wanting to explore the world.
what I like too is that it's he still carries on his own little loyalty towards his people, the apes.
Yep.
And having more doubts towards the humans, which is something that Raka was trying to
Yeah.
like
Rocco was like number one, like Caesar respected and had faith in humans. So therefore I have faith in them.
yeah,
And
but
Caesar,
after the
Noah wants to believe that, but after his experiences, he's not sure if he can.
yeah, what does ape get?
Yeah. Can ape and human live side by side? And that's the movie. That's the question the movie like lingers on is can they? And we don't know.
Oh, you could always go back and look at Don. That Don pretty much
Don
answered
asked
that
the
question, like,
exact
yes.
question.
And
And
it
yeah,
pretty much answered it too. It
the
said,
answer is yes.
you can,
The answer
but
is yes.
yes.
But it's also a downer movie because it's like, yes, we can, but we can't get out of her own way. Like it's always going to happen. There's always going to be war, but we can live in peace. So that movie's a downer. If you really think about it, like it's a downer fucking movie. But yeah, this movie does kind of ask the same question, but I don't know if it's going to take the same route.
Well, hopefully they don't have a Koba in the second movie where it goes, I hate you, let's kill them all. Boom.
We'll see, right?
Yeah. I mean, they probably need another ape villain, you know.
We're probably gonna have another ape villain, maybe even more human villains, because like what we learn at the end of this movie is that there's a lot more humans that are capable of speaking. So they're gonna have to explain that one.
I'll be honest. It's gonna hard to buy a human villain at this point, since how down the food chain they are now
Yeah.
in this world. Like a human villain,
And that's kind of the thing like May is like struggling with, because she has like William H Macy going like take a look around you. It's not our world anymore. Like what you're fighting for doesn't exist, and yet she still fights for it. And I don't. They're gonna have to go further in the next one of like really why is she fighting for this? Because it cannot just be she wants to reclaim what they had. It's got to be something else or more than that.
How are they still talking humans?
Yeah. How are they still talking humans? I have a theory, but
I have many questions, but we shall see in the next 4 years or something.
Maybe we'll see how long it takes. Right. Yeah. I was sitting at an 8 both times I watched it. Where are you sitting?
I'm looking at a 7.
A 7.
I'm a 7.
Okay. That's a little higher than I thought, honestly.
Yeah. I'm at the good category, you know.
Yeah. Were you surprised at the end of it?
I was surprised that it was not bad.
Because like the initial thought is like, why even make this movie?
Right? Why, man? What? Money grab.
And it turned out, they had an idea.
Yeah. Oh, let's say money grab, but these movies aren't exactly the box office hits that they.
No.
You think they would be, right?
Yeah. Not that they used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh well. All right. That was nice. I thought I could have sworn you were a little lower on it than I thought.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next up we have here is Tarot, which is all you. 'Cause I sure as hell didn't watch this shit.
Yeah, no, dude. I'll be honest. This is gonna be quick, short, and easy. I saw this because I had a girl over, and we said, "Let's watch something." I'm like, oh, "Okay, yeah, sure, man." And then we picked Tarot. I'm like, "Fine, whatever." This looks like a dumb movie. I'm sure I'll laugh. I almost fell asleep. It's boring as all sin. It's not very scary. It's not creative. It doesn't even do much with this little concept of tarot, like the card thingy majiggy.
Yeah, tarot cards. Yeah.
None of the characters are interesting or captivating or sympathetic or anything like that. I mean, they got my basic empathy of oh man, I hope you didn't die in a terrible way by this ghost.
Isn't this PG-13?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know. It's somewhat. This movie kind of almost felt like a little self-parody that was trying to be. I mean, it wasn't trying to be self-aware, but it almost came off as really funny. Like this is stuff that you would see, like, in a scary movie type movie, like the comedy. But yeah, it was funny at times seeing these characters die in really funny ways, really predictable ways, in ways that made you go, you're like kind of betting like he's gonna die this way. Oh, there it is, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And they do, and they kind of laugh. But other than that, it's not very fun overall. It's you might fall asleep.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, thankfully it's short, I think. I think it was short, pretty sure. I don't know. Yeah, do not recommend. It's just it's a nothing movie.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's like a 2, I guess.
Oof.
It doesn't even get like a yeah, this kind of score. Just a throwaway score. I'll never think about this movie again. It's literally a already forgot.
Damn. that's unfortunate.
Not gonna remember for T minus 1 day. Yeah, I already
Oof.
forgot. Yeah, I already forgot.
Oh man.
This guy
Yeah.
Ned in it. He's kind of entertaining in the movie.
Yeah.
Ned. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he is in this movie, isn't he? Yeah, the
Yeah.
CEO of Sex. Yeah.
Yeah. Also the hot Indian chick that was in the
Oh,
new
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vantika.
Yeah. She's pretty hot. It was like yeah. She's there. She dies funny too.
Of course. Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
Boo.
unfortunately, you had to watch that. Sometimes you just watch things. Isn't this exactly how you managed to watch Exorcist last year?
Yes. Man, I
Some
gotta get.
even terrible horror movies that you just get roped into watching.
I gotta find girls with better taste in movies, man. You know. Such bad luck.
Damn. Oh well. Yes, you said it. You said a 2.
Yeah, like a 2. Oh man, that's where I'm
Damn.
at. That's where I am. I don't know.
Well, I'm not watching this, so
I don't know.
I'll trust
I
you
don't.
on
I
it.
don't feel passionate about it. Where I'm like, this is the worst movie I've seen all year. Just like, I don't know, man. It's a movie that I saw. I won't think about it.
Yeah.
It's
It's
unmemorable.
Yeah, that is the phrase. It is a movie that I saw.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Oh well. All right. Well, I guess going on from there, we're gonna go to Young Woman in the Sea, which is gonna be me. Yeah. So yeah, Ray's in this movie.
What's wall?
And there's water. So this film here is a movie that Disney made. It's a real movie from Disney, guys. Remember when they used to make movies?
No, movies
Like live action movies that weren't just live action remakes.
like this Descendants. Oh my god.
The Descendant? Oh no, not like no, not like the
Does that
Descendants.
The Pirates of the Caribbeans.
Yeah, like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Uh,
Yeah, like Pirates of the Caribbean, like Remember the Titans, like Race to Witch Mountain.
oh, I remember that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not remember Race to Witch Mountain.
You didn't like that one?
I'm not a fan. No.
Um,
But yeah, Young Woman in the Sea is a biopic actually about a woman by the name of Trudy Ederle. She was a young woman in I believe the 20s or 30s who, I believe she overcame shingles at a young age. Either shingles or measles at a young age. And in doing so, she became partially deaf. So she became very hard of hearing. She couldn't hear very well. And because of that, she decided to throw herself into swimming because she was, excited by the prospect of swimming. She thought it was a fun competitive sport, but she wasn't very good at it. So, but her sister was good at swimming. But over the course of her life, she trained very hard to become better than her sister, and she decides to enter into a swimming competition where I forget the name of the competition. I wish I could remember. But it's one where you have to, I believe she has to swim from the coast of New York or something, or from like the coast of France, and swim from there to London in one go. It's like a 7-8 hour swim or something. And she basically has to swim from the coast of one country to the next, in one fell swoop. And it's the story of her overcoming, of course, like the sexism of the sport, as well as also just overcoming, the trials and tribulations of achieving a goal of like that.
This was in the 1920s.
I believe so. It's either the 20s or the 30s. I'm unsure. I saw this film when it got to Disney Plus. I didn't get a chance to see it in theaters when it came out because Disney unfortunately only put this for a limited release. They did not put this film in a wide release. But yeah, so I had to wait for Disney Plus on this one. But I watched it. It was a quite good movie. I was quite surprised. I liked it quite a bit. It's a very, how do you say, it's a simple film in both its structure and the way it's made, but it helps when you have a character to root for, and Trudy is a character worth rooting for, and Daisy Ridley does a really good job at presenting her competitiveness as well as her passion for the sport and
Daisy
achieving her
Ridley.
goal. Yeah,
Daisy Ridley, good job.
Daisy Ridley, in good job. In the same sentence, she's pretty quite good with this.
She can act.
Yeah, it's funny almost when she's allowed to be an actor and not be put in Star Wars movies that require her to do nothing because the script gives her nothing. She's quite good.
Oh my god!
It's almost as if you give her something to work with, she can pull it off.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a quite solid film. It's not the greatest, but it is quite good. I have to give her a little bit of props here. She apparently did her own sewing for the movie. She was
You can swim. That's nice.
yeah. Well, I mean, like they did a lot of real shooting in terms of like the swimming in the harsh environment. She did that mostly herself because she wanted the movie to be more realistic and she wanted it to feel more real. So she did it all herself. So good for her.
Good for her. You can swim.
Yeah, it's a long movie too. It's over. It's almost. I think it's 2 hours and 10 minutes. It's a quite long movie, but I never felt it was particularly slow. I thought it was paced quite right. It's a movie that doesn't really break the mold in any way, but it works well enough that you can watch it and just like be left in a good place after. It's a good crowd-pleasing, high-spirits movie, despite it being so visually dark and gray.
It does its job.
Yeah, it does its job quite well. It's a little gem that Disney did not give a fuck about.
No, I guess not.
I'm guessing that this movie was just a passion project that this director... So this director is the same one who did Pirates of the Caribbean 5. He co-directed Pirates of the Caribbean 5. He solo-directed Maleficent 2. And he directed a couple other smaller little indie films. And he's going on from this to do Tron Ares. So I'm guessing that he was essentially... I'm guessing the reason why he did Tron through is to be like, please let me make this movie. Please let me make Young Woman in the Sea. And he was like, okay, let me make a movie and then I'll go do Tron, I guess. But I say that as if I'm not like excited for Tron, but also being deadly scared for it.
Well, you don't have much reason to be excited, honestly.
I don't really have much reason to be excited. Jared Leto was in that fucking movie, so. But it whatever. I'm not even gonna mention it. I quite like this movie. I was kind of sitting at an 8 for it. Yeah, I was quite happy with it. It was a little movie that I didn't quite expect to watch, and then I just threw it on because it was on Disney Plus, and I went, okay, yeah, sure, I'll watch that, and it was quite good. I quite liked it. Yeah, surprisingly a good movie. I was a fan. Yeah, check it out. Maybe it's on Disney Plus.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that shit.
Yeah. All right, moving on from there, we have The Watchers, which is also all me. So The Watchers, I believe... So this is from Ishana Night Shyamalan, the daughter, one of the daughters of M. Night Shyamalan.
The Nepo movie.
Yeah, the Nepo movie. And this is her directorial debut. Her writing and directing debut as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she takes after her father because The Watcher is really bad. Yeah.
Oh, hey. When the MS started, he was pretty good.
Yeah. I think she takes after her father later in life.
Oh.
This is not very good at all. It's... Okay. Ishana is quite competent behind the camera. She knows what she's doing there. It's very well directed. The problem is the script. The film is a little more high concept, but the script is just not developed at all. It feels like a first pass. Because the film is just very much just things are happening and mild scares are happening. Because this is a horror movie in a sense. But it feels like it's trying to have like grander ideas and themes, but it doesn't. It kind of forgets to set them up, and so at the end of the movie, it just kind of drops it all out, and what it's supposed to be. And I found it incredibly dull. Just so dull. All the characters are lifeless. It's just, it's so. And I'm sorry to say, it's amateurish.
Yeah.
It's an amateurish film. It's not scary. The acting flip flops on like quality, like a regular basis. Yeah, this was just not. This was just not it, Chief.
Would you have expected more or less from the
I
daughter
was
of M. Night
hoping for
Shyamalan?
more. I was hoping for more. I was hoping for more. I was hoping she would have come out swinging like her dad did, with the Sixth Sense. I was hoping she could come out swinging with something really strong, and she did not. She did not. This is based off of a book, and I've been told this film butchers the book. So, lovely, right?
What else? What else is new?
Yeah. What else is new, right? So, yeah, I don't really have much to say. It's just not a very good movie at all. Its reveals towards the end are idiotic.
Oh,
This
it's
film
got
is
an M Night reveal twist too.
It's not necessarily a twist. More so, it's just they reveal what's actually going on, and I just go, ugh. It's so dreadful. Yeah, I'm at a 3.5 for this one. I was not a fan whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe next time, baby.
Maybe next time. Next time, if she's allowed to make another one. I don't know. Her dad seemed to finance this one, so we'll see. And that's not the last time we're going to mention Shyamalan in this video. Okay. So going on from here, we have Kinds of Kindness. Okay. So Kinds of Kindness is the newest Yorgos Lanthimos movie. If you recall from last year, I was not a fan of his last film, Poor
This
Things.
motherfucker who didn't like Poor Things. I haven't seen it yet.
Yes, me. I'm the one motherfucker who didn't like Poor Things.
Haven't seen that, but boo this man. Boo.
Yeah. I didn't think it was a bad movie, but I just wasn't a particular fan of it. I couldn't get past many of its concepts, and I don't know. I just wasn't a fan. Maybe I'll watch it again someday and really like it. Who knows?
Maybe you should watch the favorite first and be like, oh my god.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened. It's true of the show, man.
Yeah. But watch this film because I heard some things that were promising. I had really no idea what it was. So it came out on digital, popped it on, and was mildly enthused. I guess you could say. I was enthused.
Entertained.
By kinds of. Sure, you can use that word.
Oh.
We can say that.
Yeah.
The thing is with this film is that it's actually an anthology film. So it chronicles 3 different stories, all advancing in weirdness as it goes on. The first story, if I recall correctly, is of Jesse Plemons as a cop whose wife went missing. And when she returns one day from whatever befell upon her, she starts acting very differently. And Jesse Plemons starts to believe that the woman that has returned is not his wife.
It is not Kirsten Dunst.
Yeah, it is not Kirsten Dunst, no. Yeah. So that's the first story. I won't reveal really much more than that, but that's the first story. The second story is... Oh, no, sorry, that was the second story. The first story is of Jesse Plemons. He works for Willem Dafoe, and Willem Dafoe's character is kind of this, like, obsessive, weird person. Everything has to be a certain way about Jesse Plemons. Everything has to be, done correctly. I've done everything for you. I've set up everything in your life. And then we kind of explore like what exactly Jesse Plemons has been doing with Willem Dafoe and what kind of life they've had and stuff like that. and it all gets real weird. And then the final story is of Emma Stone. She is this person who is looking for this everlasting being. I guess I'll put it like that. This grand everlasting being that's gonna, I think bring her eternal life. I don't know exactly what it is they were looking for, but it was like the special person.
I'm looking for God.
Kind of, and
I'm looking for God.
Yeah, and that's how it is. It's 3 different stories that's very hard carried by some of its shock value, but also I really don't know how to describe this movie. It's very hard carried by its commitment to the absurd, but also through its performances. Jesse Plemons in particular is great in this, and it's great. It's incredible that he's manages to bring out 3 different incredible performances. But the film in its own, it's over long. It's nearly 3 hours. It just kind of, because of it's an anthology, you're not really allowed to kind of connect to it in any way because it's 3 different stories that have their own little tellings. But it's not clear how they're connected. Does that make sense?
Do they need to be, since they are anthologies, or?
Yeah, but I don't understand like what the purpose of making a movie that's just 3 different stories unless there's something that connects them. If there's a central idea or theme that's like they all have in common, it feels like they're all just kind of their own little absurdist shorts.
You didn't notice anything in them that made
Not that I
them
could
have
think of, because there was nothing that like there was like the
other than the actors.
Than the actors, and there's one character that persists through the 3 different stories, but they all seem to be happening at different times with different people, but they're all played by the same actors. Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't really know how to describe it. Like, the only thing I could maybe find was that they're all kind of, in very, very tiny ways, because this is not consistent through the 3 stories, they're kind of about acts of kindness being abused.
But like the name of the movie, Acts of Kindness. Oh my god!
And maybe like the depravity of human nature, but I don't understand why that kind of story needed to be told for 3 hours in 3 different stories. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I just wasn't. I did kind of like the movie. I didn't think it was terrible, or I didn't think it was bad, I should say. But it just, I don't know. I wasn't huge on it. I don't know if it's just starting. I don't know if Yorgos just isn't for me.
What's your favorite before you decide that?
Yeah.
So I'll say.
But yeah, no. I thought the film was fine. I kind of went in with like a 6. I thought it was fine.
Fine.
Yeah, nothing really to write home about, and it seemed many felt the same. Since this did not get the praise that Poor Things got. Not at all.
Which is better, this or Poor Things? For you, or which you like more? Maybe this.
I like this one more, but probably Poor Things is better. Probably. Yeah. Moving on from this, we can go to Horizon: An American Saga, Chapter 1. That is a mouthful of a title. All right. So this film, this 3-hour film, is part 1 of a story about, I guess, the Old West, or kind of the end of the Old West, the end of cowboys and such. And,
Just play Red Dead Redemption 2, baby.
yeah. How, yeah. So here, I'm going to read to you the official plot synopsis, because that's going to, get you a little more than I could tell you, because I had no fucking clue what this movie was trying to do.
I thought you were gonna say get you more than the actual movie did.
I mean, kind of.
Oh my god.
So this is the official plot. Follow the story of how the Old West was won and lost through the blood, sweat, and tears of many, spanning 15 years before, during, and following the Civil War from 1859 to 1874. Embark on an emotional journey across a country at war with itself, experienced through the lens of families, friends, and foes, all attempting to discover what it truly means to be the United States of America. That's a little hogwash. I found this film to be self-indulgent, to be overly long, and its lack of fucking depth. So I'm just gonna read some shit to you, because I'm just gonna read what I wrote about this movie, because I have no fucking clue how to describe it. So I wrote, the film isn't lacking any vision or scope. Costner's ambition, because it's directed by Kevin Costner, of telling a more historically accurate depiction of the Old West that spans the times of change in America is lofty, and it definitely feels like he and co-writer John Baird got very lost in the weeds, because this film is an overbearing, overlong, and empty landscape, with plenty of vast, beautiful vistas, but no interesting people to fill it. So, I wrote more. I probably could have ended it there, but I wrote a lot more. The film follows about 4 to 5 different groups of people, all detailing different parts of the Old West and how it was traveled. None of these collections of people are fully detailed, and we only get the setups to their stories with 0 payoffs. Now, this might sound like a dumb critique, as this is obviously part 1 of a story, right? You'd be correct in calling this a dumb critique, because yes, there is another part on the way to help bring this to somewhat of a conclusion. Just one problem here. The film continuously cuts to and from them at different points in time with 0 explanation of how much time has passed or how the relationships have changed. So not only do we not really know who these people are before times change, but because of that, we don't, or at least I didn't, really care for them at all, nor do we care for whatever overall goal there is or what this is supposed to represent. This is in part due to the film's editing and the overall layout of sequences. The sense of time is really hard to tell as it continues, constantly just dropping you into places with 0 context, and it always feels like we're jumping into the middle of something. There's no real voyeuristic quality to it, as there is a narrative happening, rather than it being a depiction of history, but the way it's edited always leaves you confused. It really doesn't help that the writing is archaic as well. Finding out that this film was technically written like 10 or so years ago really shines a light on it. But regardless, the writing is really formulaic and archaic. It does nothing new in terms of separating this from any other Western. There's nothing wrong with bringing nothing new to the table. I love the Rocky franchise, and I just gushed about Twisters. It all comes down to how enjoyable the well-trod path is to trod, and here it's just not. The multiple narratives at once make the film feel incomprehensible, and because you're never in one place for long enough, it's hard to stay connected. It also adds to the feeling of inconsequentialness the film has. It's just all sorts of jumbled. It's not all bad, really. I'm harping on this a lot, but I didn't hate it. Let's see. It has fleeting, enjoyable moments to it. I just didn't really care at all about what was happening in it. It's incredibly well shot by Costner and his cinematographer, J. Michael Muro. The film's score by John Debney is particularly excellent and expected to be nominated for Best Original Score next year. The acting is all very good, but that's really it for positives. It feels like a relic of the past, and not in the good way. It doesn't feel like we're peering into history. It feels like we're reading a textbook, and that's really all I have to say about that. That is the conclusion to what I wrote.
And then you linked to your Letterboxd for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the excerpt from Letterboxd that I wrote for the movie. By the way, this is supposed to be part 1 of 4.
4? I thought it was only like 3.
Yeah. And this first one is 3 hours, and it ends with a 7-minute montage of the next movie. I'm not even joking.
Get excited.
I
Well, hey, next one's
yeah,
coming out this year apparently, so
yeah,
or
that's what I
something.
heard, but the second one I believe got like indefinitely delayed because they don't
Yes.
know what to do with it.
I mean, they
Because this
they
first,
finished filming all these, right? Like they're all
they
done.
finished filming the first two, they shot them back to back, and I think they're shooting the third one. Yeah, but the fourth one's now in question.
Concerning, I would say, but
Yeah, Costner financed the film entirely on his own because this has been his passion project for decades. He's been trying to get this movie made for like 20 years, 20, 30 years. And he kind of just decided to make it now because he's getting older.
might as well, right? Yeah.
And he hasn't directed many movies in his career. He's only directed 7 movies. And he kind of wants to.
Seven feels like a lot for. I don't know.
Scorsese's made like 80 movies.
Yeah, but like Tarantino, he's got like
Tarantino's only made 8 or 9.
yeah. So it's like that's for at least for someone who acts. Also,
Yes,
7 is a lot.
Costner's been in a lot to compensate.
Yeah,
He's been in 96 movies.
Yeah, it's
Like,
like for someone who like acts, that is like a lot.
yeah,
I guess it would be a lot for like someone who does other stuff in his career, you know.
yeah, yeah. I don't really know how to really talk about this movie other than what I just read to you. I don't know if you got any questions because I heard you kind of go at one point that I said
I
something.
mean, well, I'm surprised that the soundtrack was good. Who did it? The score?
Oh, John Debney. He did I believe he did Iron Man 2. That's the first thing I know him by. He also did he did the 2016 Jungle Book. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, it did.
Okay. He also did Elf, The Princess Bride, Greatest Showman, Sin City, Hocus Pocus, Bruce Almighty, Emperor's New Groove, Zathura, Liar Liar. He's done a bunch of stuff. He did Passion of the Christ, Predators. He's done a bunch of stuff over many years.
Selection of movies to be a part of.
Yeah. Oh, he did Clifford the Big Red Dog. Anyway, yeah, he's done music for 163 projects. Man has done a lot. Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah. The score is great in this movie. It's this love letter essentially to I believe it's Ennio Morricone, the guy who did like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, like all the old Clint Eastwood films.
Dollar trilogy.
Yeah. What is the Fistful of Dollars trilogy? Is that the name of it?
I just call it the Dollars trilogy because Fistful of Dollars is it's the first movie or one of them.
Yeah. It's just a big send up to his long history as a composer, and it's a good score on its own. I think it's a very good score. Yeah, the movie isn't it's not awful or anything. I didn't hate it, and I kind of expected to. I kind of expected to hate it, and I didn't. But
That's good.
It's just a whole lot of nothing as a film. It feels completely directionless. It doesn't. I don't quite know what it's even trying to do or say, because it's not really saying anything new.
No.
Yeah.
But, if you want a good western, go watch Unforgiven. That's a good western, people. Everybody.
Yeah, literally go watch Unforgiven, watch Tombstone, watch Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Yuma.
Yeah, 310 to Yuma. God, yeah, please watch 310 to Yuma. If you want to watch a modern western by like different standards, watch Logan.
Yeah.
Like watch Logan, watch I guess. No, I'm not gonna say watch anything Clint Eastwood puts out because he's only got one more movie. His last movie comes out in a month, or I think in a couple of weeks actually.
I would say watch Django.
Django, yeah, watch Django. There are other westerns you can watch than Horizon. Yeah, but I guess if you like Kevin Costner, sure, I guess watch this.
You watch Dances with Wolves. That's a western, right? It counts, right?
I would
Is
guess.
that?
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure.
That's cool. Yeah, we'll go watch that one. That one's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
Then I guess does There Will Be Blood also count?
It would, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think this bit is. I think we've lost the plot here a little bit.
Well, there are many good westerns out there.
Yes.
Don't let this one
Yeah.
make you go, hey, westerns gross.
Yeah. I gave it a 5.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Was not into it.
No.
Yeah, was not into
You think
it.
it would
at
have
all.
been if it was shorter? Shorter, better, shorter?
Shorter? No. If it wasn't as disconnected as it was and fragmented, I would say that would make it better. A better 3 hours. Yeah. It sure was a way to use my day.
It's a long movie.
All right. Going on from there, we're going to go to Despicable Me 4. Man, like, what do you want me to say?
What is it to say, you know?
I didn't hate this one.
No?
I liked it more than 3.
But isn't 3 like really bad?
3's pretty bad. Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. 3's not like the worst movie you could ever see. It's not very good, but I would say like the first Minions movie was a lot worse. That's probably the worst movie of those.
Wouldn't they all be?
That franchise.
Wouldn't they all be like exceptionally like bad? Like most of them really bad.
The first Despicable Me, I like that first Despicable Me movie quite a bit. Despicable Me 2 is okay. I'm not I like it, but I'm not big on it. Minions, wanted to kill myself. Minions 2, not awful.
Not awful.
Not that bad. I'll give it that. Wasn't that bad. It's not good, but it wasn't that bad. Despicable Me 3, not that bad. Not awful, but it is what it is. And then Despicable Me 4, I thought was okay.
Huh.
It's very funny to watch this franchise completely run out of ideas.
I don't think the Illumination movies have ideas.
If they had ideas, this is officially where they ran out. They had nothing for this one. They had nothing.
Well, hey, don't you want to see Groot be a dad to his real kid?
Yeah.
Even though the point of the first movie is that.
Well, now he's got his family. He's got his family that he's building. He's a changed man.
Wait, not thinking about it. It's kind of backwards, isn't it? Because like the whole point of the first movie is to be like, hey, here's a kid, here's a guy, getting 3 daughters and like changing his whole ways. You know, a villain. He's a villain at first, huh?
Yeah, and he's changed his ways.
Yeah,
he's changed his ways. He's fully changed. He's a dad. He's got his own biological son now. And then this new villain comes in. What was his name? I know Will Ferrell played him. What was his name? Maxime. Some Frenchman that Gru went to high school with. Yeah, let's not talk about Gru going to high school. But yeah, so now he's got a baby. This Maxime guy's after him. Hijinks ensue. Yeah, it's not bad. It's okay.
Not bad.
It's okay. They completely ran out of ideas. We get super minions in this one. Like, the minions aren't even in it that much, actually.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Which is a good thing. That's probably why it's okay. The minions aren't in it that much. Okay. That's probably why it is, yeah. No, the minions aren't in it much. I think I'm willing to find it acceptable because it didn't annoy me.
Yeah, listen, they're saving it up for
for Minions 3.
Yeah, saving the Minions up for Minions 3. Yeah, exactly.
They're saving it for Minions 3. Yeah, it was really short. It was like an hour 20 or something. Like it was really short. It was over.
Oh well, thank God for that.
Yeah. It was done by the time I was like, oh, it's over. It sure does.
It's over.
It sure does fuck up whatever timeline they may have had before then.
Timeline.
because Gru was like 10 in like the 50s or 60s. That much is for certain. But then he's in middle school by the 70s. And presumably the villains that he faces in Minions 2 are like in their 30s, 40s. Regardless, by the time we get to Despicable Me 4, where we see every single villain that's appeared in this franchise, some of them should be like 90 years old.
Guru would also be really old too, right?
Gru should also be like 50 to 60. Because it's like 50, 60, somewhere in there. Also, the kids haven't aged a day, the girls haven't aged a fucking day.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But
Which is like, that's another thing entirely. Like, I think this franchise needs to finally let the girls grow up.
They're like Ash Ketchum.
Yeah, they're literally Ash Ketchum, they never age. Which is funny because they've had to recast not Agnes. Yeah, Agnes. They had to recast Agnes because her voice actress grew up. So she can't do the voice anymore.
Like if we're buying the first movie, everything else in the first movie takes place like what, a year later, and
it's got to take place at least like a year to maybe 2 years later. But it doesn't make sense because they have like modern technology smartphones and stuff. So it's it can't like make that make sense.
And the first one was what, in 2010?
2010. Yeah. There are now children who were born in 2010 and they're now in high school.
They will need to be teenagers now. The fuck?
Yeah.
Or like one of them will be an adult at least, like the oldest one, right? I think.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm just now seeing your message, by the way, that you went to the bathroom. I don't know if I was just in the middle of yapping when you said that.
No, it was I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, my bad. You want to take a break?
Well, I wanted to ask if there was anything that I will cover after this one.
Oh, yeah. Let me just finish this up and we can take a break. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah. I'll wrap this up quickly because you need to use the bathroom. Yeah. Despicable Me 4 is okay. It makes the timeline make no sense, but like it's okay. Didn't hate it. 6 out of 10.
If you were concerned about the continuity of these movies, don't worry about it. No, they don't care either.
If you care about it, then I'm so sorry.
For some reason.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we can take a break.
All right.
We are back. Just took a quick break there.
Yo.
All right. So going on from Despicable Me 6, Jesus. Despicable Me 4.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Going from Despicable Me 4, we're going to go on to... Did I done fucked up? I done fucked up. Okay, it's fine. From there, we're going to go to MaXXXine.
Oh my god. Saw this one.
Yeah, you did. All you, buddy.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't cover this?
No, I didn't, but I've been talking for a while.
Okay, well, hey, I like the first two movies in this little trilogy that came out of nowhere and were like pretty good, like from pretty good to like pretty great movies, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, given that, I was expecting pretty much the same quality from this movie. I did not get that. I was pretty disappointed walking out of the theater after watching this movie. I think this movie lacks a lot of what made the first movie so special, and it kind of just goes off the rails into something that really barely had anything to do with those first two movies. And it wasn't as interesting, as captivating, or even as scary, because those two first movies had like a horror element to them, which really added to them. Mm-hmm. It takes away from this one a lot too. It feels like there's no sense of, well, it tries to be a mystery, but like that sense of mystery is really like lacking in a lot of ways, because how do you say? It's not a very interesting mystery, especially with how it all gets resolved in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, by the end of it, I was kind of they're like shrugging, like kind of asking myself, what was the point of this trilogy at that point? You know, like what was the end of it all? I understand the end of it all. I understand kind of how what it was leading to, but not like this. You know? Yeah,
Mm.
it was disappointing. Not bad at all. There is still it still had some of the charm that those first two movies had, X and Pearl. But this one felt like a really like satirized uh sequel of those two movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not the biggest fan, but this is a charm to it that I quite like. Maxine herself is still a pretty fascinating character. I'll give it that. I think they do her some justice in this movie. Too bad she doesn't have anyone to really jump off of. I don't know. It was a what I would call a solo work movie. It's really just all about her, really all about her. Um, Almost kind of to his detriment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because besides her, there's not much else or anyone else that really makes me go, oh, look at that character. You know? Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Handing it off to you. Not
Yeah.
not 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 a not the biggest fan, but like not the biggest hater of it.
Yeah. I'm in a similar boat as you. I definitely liked it a lot more than you did. I quite enjoyed Maxine. I thought it was a fun little throwback. Definitely not as good as X or Pearl. Not even close.
Nope.
I enjoyed many things about it. I liked kind of its satirization of kind of not satirization, but kind of I guess the satirization, more of a mocking of Jesus, the pearl clutching sensitivity of today's age as well as the age of the 80s. This film takes place in the 80s and specifically during the era of satanic panic.
Ooh.
And in that stuff in that way, there's things in this film that just don't work. The third act is really takes a nosedive for me. I really was quite enjoying it for a while, but that third act and what it reveals everything to be just didn't feel properly set up at all.
No.
And it wasn't satisfying to deal with. It felt like a drag towards the end there.
Like they ran out of ideas.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily. I think this was always the idea. It just this didn't feel like running out of ideas. This felt like this was the idea, and nobody fought Ty West on that.
Maybe not.
The detectives are pointless.
I kind of forgot
The
about them, honestly.
detectives serve the purpose that they have in their intro, because you need them there to kind of set the stage for what's going on. After that, like, they serve no purpose. They do nothing of any importance at all.
There is no reason to care for them,
No
and the movie
reason to
doesn't
care
give
for
reason,
them.
reason either, because the movie straight up just says bye
Bye.
to them. There they go.
I liked some of the things about like there is a bit of like a connection thread in terms of like that X factor that was talked about in the last movie where Maxine has the clear drive to achieve her goals no matter what. And I think that's something to be noted about her character that I don't think this film necessarily like detracted from. But it just wasn't. It just was not up to the quality that the first two movies did.
I think I talked to you about this. I think they could have gone further with the Maxine's X Factor, because I don't like how this movie kind of just made her a de facto protagonist villain, a protagonist hero. Like at the end of it, like really, I was like kind of disappointed by
thing.
anti-hero, like almost leaning towards straight up just heroine in the movie.
Heroine,
Yeah, I was kind of there like thinking like a competitor would have like served the movie well for her as like someone who's also like trying to get the same goal as her and even willing to get in her way too.
Yeah.
Which is where I think the X factor you mentioned, where it's like she's willing to do anything, even like
Anything.
Yeah, even like straight up get in the way of somebody to like I don't know, maybe even killing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking this movie kind of needed that like
Mm-hmm.
as a antagonist towards her
Mm-hmm.
for that X factor,
Yeah.
something like that. You know, because she's not the only person in the world trying to get into Hollywood by
No.
any means necessary, and I think they could have explored that well
Yeah.
with someone else opposing her. You know,
Yeah. I would agree. Uh, yeah. I feel like yeah. No. I'm
yeah,
in agreement. Yeah. I think the movie's really well made. It's shot
yeah,
really well.
it looks
There's
nice.
the bits of catharsis that you get from some of the violence is satisfying, and it's brutal. It hits.
Oh yeah,
You had a particular. I watched you recoil viscerally
oh,
from something that
I'm
happened
scared
in the
of
movie. Yeah,
I'm scared of heels now.
yeah. Uh, and there's some good practical effects too. They had some good work there too.
Yeah,
I liked Kevin
and
Bacon
there's
a
not
lot in the movie, even though
like his
he's a little out there. But
like his role or the character, like or both.
I'd say both. I like seeing Kevin Bacon, and then and then the other is just like I thought he had a fun role in here. He was a fun little PI type character. He had more purpose than the detectives.
He sure did.
Like,
Although as an antagonist, I thought he was kind of weak. Like
yeah, sure.
didn't pose much of a challenge towards Maxine.
Yeah. It definitely feels like they weren't quite expecting to get a third movie, but then they were like, yeah, we should make this a trilogy, and then they did. And yeah. We didn't mention this. Mia Goth is excellent.
Of course, as always, she's
Yeah, as always, she's incredible
one of
in
the best
this.
working today.
Yeah, she's got a great body of work already, and it's gonna only continue.
Yeah.
She's gonna be in Guillermo del Toro's next movie, for God's sake. So
Ooh.
yeah, Frankenstein.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, he's doing a. We're getting two Frankenstein adaptations in the next like 2 years.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Why do I feel like the shows will be better? Hmm. Hmm.
yeah. So we're getting. As a quick aside, we're getting a straight up adaptation of Frankenstein, from Guillermo del Toro, with Oscar Isaac playing Dr. Frankenstein and Jacob Elordi playing Frankenstein's monster. We don't know who Mia Goth is yet, but there's
You know
also
what's so
like
funny about that?
Christoph Waltz is in there too. Charles Dance is in there. Yeah.
Wow. You know what's so funny about that? I literally just saw the first Frankenstein movie before doing this.
Oh shit! No kidding.
That's what's so funny about it. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
saw that movie. Like, wow. And now you're talking about a new Frankenstein movie coming out. Like, wow.
And then from Maggie Gyllenhaal next year, we're getting The Bride, which is a new adaptation of Frankenstein's monster, but it's about Frankenstein traveling on his own to Chicago to seek the aid of a new doctor, and essentially it's just going to be a retelling of The Bride of Frankenstein. And yeah, Christian Bale's playing Frankenstein's monster, and then you have Jesse Buckley playing the Bride of Frankenstein. Yep. So we're getting we're getting straight up Frankenstein, and then we're getting Bride of Frankenstein. Two
Yeah, how about
completely
that?
different projects from two completely different filmmakers. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah,
Connect them all.
and they're both coming out next year.
Wow.
Yeah. I was at a 7.5 for Maxine. I definitely liked it a lot less the second time. 'Cause I did see this by myself the first time, and then I saw it again with you. And I did not. I did like it less the second time.
Yeah. Uh, I'm at a 5.
Okay.
Average.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, nice for a trilogy. Not a
Could have been
trilogy, you
worse.
know. Could have been much worse. Yeah.
Could have been much worse. Yeah. But many
It could
people
have been
really
Venom.
do not like Maxine.
Ooh,
Yeah. This is definitely the
I don't
least
blame.
liked of the trilogy. I would say it probably goes like Pearl is the one most people like. X, not
Yeah.
as many
Okay.
people like X. And then Maxine, not as many people like Maxine.
No.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Going on from there, we're going to have Fly Me to the Moon, which look at that. You can talk about too.
I got another one.
Yeah.
So hey, in fact about this one, we saw this one with a double feature of the Fly Me to the of MaXXXine, and then this.
We sure did.
I like this more.
I don't think you expected to.
I did not expect to like this movie more.
Yeah.
It's so strange, isn't it?
Yeah, this was a fun movie. I quite liked this movie.
I quite like this movie also too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really simple.
It was
It's really,
strange.
yeah. It was a really strange occurrence where I'm like, oh man, Maxine, I can't wait to see that shit. What the fuck's someone doing? I don't fucking know, dude. And then it's funny how I walked out of one not liking it that much, and then walking out of this one not expecting anything to really liking it.
Yeah. It
What?
was quite weird. Because I also was not expecting to like Fly Me to the Moon that much. I thought it looked fun from the trailer, but I was like, you know what? I'll check it out. Why not? It looks fun. Like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. And I turned out to really, really like it.
Yeah.
This was quite a fun movie. I guess you can't really say it's a biopic because we don't know for sure if it's true. But it tells a story of this marketing person named Kelly Jones, who, after getting fired from Ford for giving them the wrong identity, she gets hired by Channing Tatum, or not by Channing Tatum. She gets hired by NASA to come in and market the moon landing.
It's hired by the CIA.
Gets hired by the CIA to market the moon landing to the American people so that we could win the space race. This takes place in the 60s, late 60s, right before the Apollo 11 mission. And Channing Tatum plays the launch director, who is kind of at odds with Scarlett Johansson's marketing director, because he's trying to make it safe and make everybody understand the possibility and the science of it all, while she's trying to make it poppy and, you know, appealing to the American people. They can buy it up and be supportive. And the movie is a rom-com of sorts, of just kind of the bouncing back and forth between trying to get this done and the little romantic stylings between Channing Tatum and Scarlett Johansson. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you were gonna say something there.
I was gonna say he does not like how exploitative she's making it out to be.
Yeah.
Or making a show of it. This is a very dangerous job.
Yeah. And she's making the American people eat it up, and he's like, this shit's dangerous, people can die. Yeah. But yeah. It was quite a fun movie.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty heartwarming, easy to watch movie with a lot of heart to it. There's funnies, there's romances, music's great by Daniel Pemberton. Yeah. I'm like, I'm gonna watch out for this man. Oh my god, it's him! Holy shit! And he knocks it out of the park. It's a really good score in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I was jamming to it, like yeah. It is the Scarlett Johansson show.
It's the Scarlett Johansson show.
Channing Tatum does a good job.
He's pretty good in it, but it's her movie. It's her movie 100%. She carries it, entirely on her shoulders almost. Like,
yeah.
Well, actually, I'll give a little bit of credit to another actor. She doesn't completely solo it. Jim Rash is doing his work. Jim Rash is the director that she befriends earlier in the movie, and then she brings him on to shoot the fake moon landing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is so funny in that movie. In this movie,
it's really funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't just like her stuff because of her acting. I like it because of how kind of interesting.
She's a fun character.
Yeah, it's interesting how the stuff she's covering does, how she does the work. You know, it's interesting to watch.
It's I've heard it referred to as competence porn.
Yeah.
There's something so satisfying to watching somebody be really competent at their job and what they're doing.
Really good.
Yeah.
Hey, Channing Tatum does that. Well, kind of. He does that too in here. He's stressing way more than she is. But
yes. It's a dangerous thing that they're trying to achieve.
in itself is also pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Seeing his side of the group, trying to like do their best to get it right. That stuff
Yeah.
is really interesting also. And you really feel I really felt for them
Yeah.
watching it.
And we forgot to mention Woody Harrelson is the CIA agent, and he's
Yeah,
always kind of a looming threat over the movie. Just not only to like Scarlett Johansson's character because she could very well get extradited out of the U.S.
Hey, what killing it?
Yeah. But also because he's the one forcing her to make the fake moon landing. Because they wanted, according to this movie, the U.S. wanted to have a backup in case the Apollo 11 mission failed. Because at this time, if many who have not looked into the space race, it's a very interesting period in American history. But this was seen as something the U.S. could not fail. This was peak Cold War era. We could not let the Russians win this one. There was such a patriotism to this, especially during, I think is this McCarthy era? Is this like peak McCarthyism times?
Think so.
Yeah. So like there's the fear of communism, and that stuff, but in the Red Scare and Americans generally being way more terrified during this time and untrustworthy. So the U.S. really wanting this to succeed and being completely open to any possibility to make this succeed. That there's always that looming threat that it's like, we're going to do this whether you like it or not. And that leads to a problem the movie has. So this movie's 2 hours and 12 minutes. Doesn't need to be. It was dragging a little bit in those last 30 to 40 minutes. If you recall.
Yes, as much as I like the moon mission itself, it was strange how we got there.
Yeah. It was strange how long they lingered on it. Because I understand there's like the tension of the situation, but it goes from like straight up tension to being like goofs. And then it goes back to tension, and then it goes to like the heartwarming stuff, and it's just a lot in the last 40 minutes, and it does feel like we were a little bit of like, all right, come on, like we got places to be, kind of feeling.
Stop showing that fucking cat, please.
Yeah, although the stuff with the cat was funny.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah, there was one point where I think we were both like, all right, come on, just end already. It was almost Return of the King. Like it just kept going. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this movie. I hate to talk over you a little bit, but yeah, no, I really quite liked this one. It was a really fun time. Fun. Yeah, and yeah, as you mentioned, Daniel Pemberton, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
this man is very much flowing into to GOAT status very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Let's enjoy him now.
Yeah.
I mean, enjoy the work that he can't come up with now. That's not Beyond the Spider-Verse.
Yeah. But hey, if he can keep putting out stuff like this, even with all that, he's on the good place.
He's in the good place. He's just gotta give him a big movie, maybe.
Yeah. This movie, I will say, this movie is very formulaic. It doesn't really do anything new.
No, it's really simple.
It's really simple. But as I mentioned earlier, simple isn't a bad thing. Bringing nothing new isn't bad. No. It's what you do with it that counts, and this movie does a decent amount with it.
Yes, you don't need to do everything better than everyone else.
You just need to do it well.
You just gotta be in your own line. Exactly, just do it well.
Yeah, and this movie does it well.
This movie, I think, exceeds.
Yeah. What would you give it? We didn't talk about that after we finished it, but yeah, what would you give this movie?
I guess I was more in trying to even think about it myself. Well, I'm at a 7. It's a good time. Yeah.
I gave it an 8. I really quite liked it. Yeah. I was surprised to like it as much as I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, glad we both enjoyed that one.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
enjoyed.
From there, we can move on to Longlegs.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. You want to start with that one? Because
I guess I.
I have my opinions on Longlegs.
Yeah, you do have your opinions on long
Yeah.
legs. So
I
long
mentioned it when I saw it.
legs. Hey, you talk you're talking my ear off.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Go for it.
Um, so long legs is a weird one because on one hand, it's like kind of a movie you watch and you think, huh, man, look at this. This is something. This is pretty interesting. And then on the other hand, you finish watching it, and then you think, man, what the fuck was that? You know? Because it's Long Legs has is in a good place at first where it's a really interesting, you know, serial killer movie, a mystery detective movie of trying to find out what the fuck is happening with these all these strange kills. And as much as the movie wants you to think about these things, it shits the bed as soon as it reveals what that very thing is.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only is it very uninteresting in and of itself, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in and of itself. So all of that work that you were doing for the movie, well, not necessarily work, just like trying to embrace the movie's ideas and like clues that it leaves you on, and basically the puzzle that it wants you to solve, it fucking throws it all away for what is essentially a really disappointing reveal because it doesn't all that work that you might have been doing in your head really just gets thrown out the window. It says "fuck you," bye. This is what it actually is, and it's disappointing.
And
Like,
it's very disappointing
yeah,
because what was
thank
going on before was in my opinion incredible. It was really solid before then.
yeah, and thankfully the movie doesn't exactly lie to you, which I hate that a lot of mysteries do sometimes. It just
No, it
fucking
tells you. It
lie
almost
to you.
tells you straight up what it is from the start.
Yes,
Yeah.
but those little hints, you think, man, it means something else. I don't have to worry that much about it. That's a weird thing right there, though, because you think it's like, oh, that's like in the character's head, because the character you're looking at is like a she's kind of a strange woman, you
Yeah.
know, she's not exactly very normal
No.
by all standards, and
Yeah.
so you're kind of thinking,
She's an
oh man,
FBI agent who has the most information on the case, which is the case of this.
yeah,
We should
so
probably set up. So this film is about a serial killer whose kills all happen on very specific regular dates. But there's no sign of any entry in where the murders happen, nor is there any sign of evidence that the person that they believe is committing the murders actually did them. So you're left with the case of we know who did it, but we have no way to know how or where they were when this happened. And so this agent Lee Harker is brought in to essentially help solve that, to solve the where and the how. And it's a very interesting, at least in my opinion, it's a very interesting setup because you're immediately left with, okay, we know exactly who's doing it, we just don't know how. And I was like, oh, okay, this will be interesting. Let's see. I'll let the movie cook. And then they cooked. Yeah. And also, we didn't mention this movie was hyped up as like the scariest thing anybody had ever seen,
not
and it's not. I mean, it's a freaky movie. It's a pretty effectively creepy and disturbing movie. It has its moments. It has its moments of genuine creepiness. I'll say that much. I know there was one scare that made you go, "Ooh, that was good."
I think I have to remember it, but
It was the
probably not
one
for
where
me.
she looks at the picture for the first time later in the movie when she first finds the
Oh
picture.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You kind of summed it up perfectly. I ditto everything you said. Uh, for me, at least, the film was really good for so long, and then it gets into that third act where it tells you everything,
Fuck.
and I'm like, fuck. Because this movie had me doing something in the theater that I hadn't done in a very long time. which was I started leaning in.
Huh.
Once the movie started telling me what was up, I literally leaned in my chair. I went, okay. I was like, go on.
Picture mind.
And then I was like, oh, okay, so this is what we're doing. And then I leaned back in my chair and went, okay.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah. And I could tell, like, I can tell exactly that it happened to you too. And I was like, at least I'm not alone on this, because I felt fucking so weird because everyone seemed to really like this movie and
I was
really,
like, huh?
really love it. And I was like, I don't see it. Like, I'm not there with you. Yeah. We didn't mention, the direction is really good. There's a lot of really great camera work. And
Yes.
the way it like moves through scenes and try to keep the tension high and keep you freaked out and uneasy is fantastic. It's like, despite people talking it up as like the scariest thing anybody's ever seen, it's not. But it's a pretty freaky movie. It has its tension. It has its moments. I remember when I was watching it, the opening scene had me like grabbing my chair. I was like, oh, this is really creepy. I don't like this. And it kind of got me to jump a little bit when it does that jump scare where you almost see Longlegs' face for the first time.
Yeah.
Another thing, Nicolas Cage. He's good.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
he's not as good as I would have wanted him to be. He goes very much into those Nicolas Cage-isms as he goes on, and I also don't like that they just kept showing him.
He's he's creepy for sure. It's just that
The first time you see him,
so you see him so much, you just kind of become like numb to it.
And it's like, his face isn't as creepy anymore. It becomes down to like his movements and the performance and how he's reading the lines is what's supposed to unsettle you. And he's very good. There's no doubt about it. Nicolas Cage is very good here, but you become so numb to what he looks like that you kind of can't get into the creepiness of what he's doing anymore.
And at points he kind of does a little too much at times.
He definitely does too much at times.
Well, you're kind of like, really?
Yeah.
Because subtlety might work a little better in that character's favor at least.
Yeah, and he's not subtle at all.
No, especially around his last few scenes.
Yeah. Ugh. Micah Monroe as our lead here is, I think, the best performer in the movie. She gets the most to do, the most to chew on.
It's kind of Ella Purnell. Yeah.
She's got a little bit of Ella Purnell going on, yeah.
Yeah, she was like, I was like, is this Ella Purnell? She was like Ella Purnell.
No. But, yeah. I didn't really care for this movie being split into parts.
Ugh. It's got one. It does have one of those, really.
Yeah.
Why you? You know?
Yeah. It's safe to say I was pretty disappointed by this. I wanted to like it a lot more, and I think it's almost there for being something that I can like really recommend. But it's just that final act, man. It's that final act where I'm like, oh, that's what it is. Okay.
I mean, really, if you watch a movie, just don't really care for like that kind of reveal and are really into it, go ahead. It's all the power to you, and I recommend it to you. Then
and many did, many really did.
Yeah.
But for me, it just felt like, oh, that's all you got. Okay. But I'll tell you this, I'll watch whatever this director puts out next.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got me interested, and he's got a movie coming out next year. It's an adaptation of a Stephen King book.
Oh, what is it?
Yeah, The Monkey. It comes out in February. There's already a trailer out.
Another monkey movie?
I guess another monkey movie.
Good lord, man, I'm just tired of all these monkey movies.
Yeah, it's got Theo James and Elijah Wood in there. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah. I'll definitely be watching that. I wanted to like it more, but I just wasn't as into it as I wanted.
Yeah, hopefully they didn't go in the next movie. They didn't go. Would it be cool if it was Satan all along? Would it be cool? No, it wouldn't be cool. It would not. It was Satan all along.
It would not be cool.
Fuck.
Oh well. Oh well.
Ah, well.
Yeah, I'm at a 6.
I'm at a 5
Yeah.
with the average meter.
Yeah. Oh well. Is
Oh,
what it is,
wow.
I guess.
They did what they did. They didn't hate
Yeah.
it, at least.
Yeah. I didn't hate it. I didn't. I just wasn't big. I wasn't a fan of it. When it was all said and done, you know. Oh well. Moving on, we have Twisters. Oh, we're just
Oh,
continuing on, aren't we?
oh my god, man.
Yeah.
When's the streak gonna end?
Is it soon?
little,
All right.
little did he know.
Yeah. But yeah,
Um,
I got you to watch this. Look at that. I
you
think we
did get me to
literally
watch
watched.
this.
I think we literally watched like Longlegs, and then I got you to watch Twisters like a couple days later.
Yeah, this is a little more fun to me.
Yeah. I wonder why.
I think. But hey, yeah, Twisters. Twisters was a fun time.
Mhm.
I wasn't overly crazy for it compared to like you or some other people, but it literally is just popcorn summer fun.
It is what it is, right?
It literally is what it is. I I cannot ask for anything more than what Twisters really is.
Yeah.
It is a very high energy
Thriller.
thriller. Let free whatever the fuck crazy quote unquote action movie.
Yeah. Natural
It's
disaster
got
movie. Yeah.
not oh those natural disaster movies. You know how
Hey,
they
you
are.
know what? It's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the destruction isn't as crazy as some of the
No,
those other
no,
ones,
no.
but yeah, it is pretty bad at a point where you're wondering why they still live in that fucking place. That was like my big question. We were like, why are they still? Why do you still live here? Why are you still doing stuff here? Leave. But
Yeah.
uh, I don't know. I don't know if I just said the characters are fun because it's really just come to like two people.
Yeah.
Mr.
Mr. Powell
Uh
and Miss Edgar Jones.
Mr. Powell there and Mr. Jones. Yeah, those two. They're kind of like the center point of the movie. Anything else is kind of boring.
Miss Daisy Edgar Jones, the love of my life.
Yes, he likes her way more than I do. Way more than I do. Trust me, way more than I do. But really, it's just a movie. It's just them two. Anything else is kind of like whatever, bro. It's kind of
You
boring.
didn't
What?
like Javi?
Who?
Anthony Ramos.
Oh, no, no. The cuck? No.
You didn't like Boone?
Who?
The Southern man singing the wrestling song that you know on the truck. He's the one who's
Oh,
always
right,
trying
right,
to blow
right.
shit up.
Yeah, that guy. No, I don't believe I did.
Aw.
The whole group just kind of blends in. They're the woohoo, and then the one doctor who's like, oh
You didn't
my,
like the
this is
photographer? Yeah, the journalist that was there?
the British man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my, what a dastardly scene! I cannot believe this. Oh dear. Oh, by the Queen. Oh, Governor, get me out of here. No, not that guy. No.
I could tell.
They're all kind of just blended into one character.
I could tell you liked the opening scene more than the rest of the movie.
It was funny.
It was a good opening.
It was a good opening. It was funny when they all died. Funny ones.
I really liked this movie. I really like it a lot. I really like the direction behind it. I think for me, what
Oh yeah, the
impressed me
tornado sequences were awesome.
yeah, for me, it's not just the tornado sections. I think because the big spectacle is handled really well. It's as big as you should expect it to be, and it looks great. This movie cost I think like 100 million, and it looks like 100 million. It looks expensive. It has that appeal to it. But I think what surprised me the most about it was the smaller scenes, the quieter scenes, how well directed that stuff was, how there was a lot of intent behind it, and there was more. It felt like there was more care put into that than there was the big spectacle sequences, and even though there was plenty of care put into those. This director, he came from, of course, you can expect, smaller indie fare. He did the film Minari, that came out a few years back with Stephen Ewan.
Oh,
that got Stephen Ewan his Oscar nomination. He wrote and
wow.
directed that. And this film, he wanted to do this film because he grew up in Oklahoma, and he didn't feel like there were any movies that catered to like that Midwest area, and he wanted to showcase like that Midwest U.S. and like the I guess like sensationalism of it all. And so he wanted to do Twisters for that. He took that on for that. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I quite like this movie. I really liked it a lot. I liked Glenn Powell, who steals the movie entirely. He, man, that dude is a star. He
It's like
is.
I said, the
He's
movie is kind of
everywhere
blowing it
right
up for
now.
him.
You lose a lot if you don't get Glenn Powell in this movie.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how much don't you lose from this movie if you don't have him. Not to say I don't like Daisy Edgar Jones as Kate. I liked her character quite a bit. But he's just such a wave of like charisma.
Yeah.
Like he's such a presence. It's like when he's not there, it's like, oh, can we cut back to him for a little bit? Yeah.
Is as energetic as a tornado herself.
Yeah. And he comes in swinging like right out the gate. Yeah, I would say the movie has a soundtrack. I don't mean the score. It has a soundtrack. And it for me it was a big distraction, enough for me to like consider it a flaw with the movie, because the songs are all really on the nose.
Yeah.
Like they're practically telling you what's happening in the movie when they play.
This town's fucking dying.
Yeah.
Well, it was only that, but
I'm going back home. Like that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, all right.
Alright.
Yeah, Javi. I joke that you didn't like Javi, but I'm not a big fan of Javi either. He's the weakest character of the bunch. The
Is that his name?
Yeah, Javi.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the weakest of the three characters in this movie. Not the greatest. Anthony Ramos is doing what he can, but you know when you're not given much, you can't really do much.
He's what is it? What do I like him in?
In the Heights, you liked him in the Heights.
No, yeah, I think I like. I guess I did. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
I
in A
liked, I
Star Is
liked him.
Born.
Yeah, I liked him there. He
Yeah.
he was a cool friend. You know.
Yeah.
He should play more. I don't know.
Play
He's
more
been
friends.
he's been the same character. No, this is the problem. He's the friend in this movie. He's a cuck in this movie. He's I will do anything for you
Yeah.
and gets nothing in return.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much just the Glenn Powell and Daisy Edgar Jones show. There's really not a whole lot to say about the movie. It's Americana, it's cheese, it's big, classic Hollywood blockbuster. But I think it works. I had a great time watching it twice. I had a very good time watching it both times. It's a really fun popcorn movie, and I think it fits in that same line as the first Twister, where it's just great popcorn fun.
It's a fun movie. I'll say that.
Reminds you of a simpler time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you probably would have liked it more if you saw it in the theater. I'm gonna be honest.
Maybe.
Because
It does look like a theater movie.
Appreciated like the spectacle of it all. Compared to watching it on your on your computer monitor or your TV or your God forbid your phone.
Oh god. Wow, I can really feel the breeze when the tornadoes in here.
Yeah. I love how I want to note something. I want to do a brief aside. So I don't think I've talked about this here on this channel. There is a composer by the name of Benjamin Wallfish, who I despise. I despise his music. I despise nearly everything he's ever composed. I think he's a hack. He's a makeshift Hans Zimmer, and yet there's like 3 of those, and I like the other 2 more. The other 2 being Lauren Balfe and Junkie XL.
Lauren Junkie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least Junkie has like one of the greatest scores I've ever heard in my life under his belt, and in the Mad Max Fury Road score.
Right.
Like he's got that, and he's got a couple other ones that I'm tolerating of, like his Justice League score and his BVS score, the parts that he did with Hans Zimmer there. And then Lauren Balfe is like, he's kind of a mixed bag, but when he hits amazingly. And then you have Benjamin Wallfish, who's just lame. So all that to say, when I was watching this film for the first time, I was like, "Oh, the music's kind of good. I like the score here. It's nice. I'm enjoying it. I wonder who did the score." And then when I was sitting through the credits and his name popped up, I went, "You got to be fucking kidding me." I was like, "You got to be shitting me." He did one. He got one. And then now it's the Family Guy bit. Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one. Yeah.
Tell him, Peter.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I quite like this movie. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Definitely a lot more than you because I gave it an 8.
Oh.
Yeah.
I gave it a 6.
Yeah.
I gave it the A-OK score of fun time.
Mm-hmm.
No alcohol required.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Although it will help probably. Who knows?
Who knows? All right.
Who knows?
Going on from there, we have Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh, fuck's sake. Okay.
You want to get this one over with? Because we have drastically different opinions.
Maybe it's either I start now and get it over with easy, or I keep going and never stop.
Let's go now and just get it over with because you will not
All
stop.
right.
If we go on, we can go on. We could both go on forever about this movie. I think that's the thing.
We could.
We both have many things we have said about this movie off camera.
Yeah, but hey, I'll be clean and simple. Fuck this movie. It sucks. It sucks. I hate this movie. Almost very much so. I do not like it. I am a huge fan of the first two Deadpool movies. Very much so. The first movie is quite special. Second movie is not as good, but I like a lot of more. And they're both a really big fun time, and very good swears in the superhero genre. This movie is not that. It almost I understand that it is a passion project between the two gentlemen in the screen right here between Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. They finally got their team up movie. Good for them. Too bad it kind of sucks as a team up movie. Well, they do all that stuff fine. The comedy. I'll start positive. It's I guess it's kind of funny, the movie, you know? The chemistry between Hugh Jackman and Deadpool carries the movie entirely. So much so that it kind of overshadows everything else. It has a villain, it has a plot, but whatever. It's just about them two, and them two are fun together. That is true. But besides that, ugh, what a garbage movie, you know? I guess that's all I'll say for now. Go ahead, Gabe.
I'm on the other side of that coin, but not terribly far on the other side of that coin. I'm not huge on this movie. I didn't dislike it. I did enjoy it. I've seen it twice now. I did enjoy it both times, but I can't say I was particularly disappointed. I kind of got what I thought I was gonna get. And that is an incredibly messy movie. A very, very messy movie, unfocused, and just kind of just overzealous to the point of almost downright insulting the audience by just giving us the point and clap. And it's not even as fun as something like, for example, I'll as much as I like this movie, No Way Home. No Way Home has its point and clap moments. And that hurts the movie because it stops it to a halt to do these things. Deadpool and Wolverine does it in a way that feels like the audience is almost missing the joke. Because what this movie does, let's be honest, you've all fucking seen it already. The throwbacks to the Fox era of Marvel and the bygone era of Marvel films. That shit doesn't make sense unless you've seen all that. If you get all the okay. Fuck. Oh my god, I gotta contain myself. Because I have so many thoughts. I'll bring up one point that I did bring up to you. and I know I don't know if you agreed with it, but let me cook a little bit here. So, an issue I have with Deadpool and Wolverine, that is an issue that doesn't exist in the first two films. I'm in a similar boat with you. I adore the first two Deadpool movies. The first Deadpool movie is maybe one of my favorite. No, not maybe. It is one of my favorite films of all time. I adore the first Deadpool movie. Deadpool 2, I honestly kind of think is, in my opinion, I think it's better than the first Deadpool movie. But I definitely don't like it as much as the first movie. But Deadpool 2 is like, it goes in that same category for me as Deadpool 1. Deadpool and Wolverine comes nowhere close. But an issue that I have with Deadpool and Wolverine that I don't have with the first two movies is this film's usage of reference and meta humor. So in the first two Deadpool movies, there is an abundance of reference and meta humor. Many in jokes about, studio filmmaking and such. This film has a lot more of that than the first two. And it's a lot of deep cut jokes that the audience is just not going to get. Like, this movie demands a lot of research out of you. It wants you to do your homework. It wants you to be knowledgeable. It's not a movie that's made for the casual audience to just sit and watch. It's not. It's made for an audience that is meant to feel rewarded for watching all of these Marvel movies over the past 20 years. Right? That's what this movie is for. Those are the only people that are going to get those jokes. If you're a casual audience member, you're not going to understand why he referenced an intimacy coordinator. You're not going to get the joke about the dialect coach. You may find it funny because he mentioned the Minions, but you're not, and because Gambit's accent is funny, but you're not going to get what a dialect coach is. There's a lot more random reference humor in here that feels like it's just the majority of the jokes, because the joke is, we referenced this thing, we said the thing. That's not as abundant in the first two Deadpool movies, where the first two Deadpool movies are very much like, there's plenty of that, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't feel like that's the only type of joke that movie has. And I say this as like a preamble because I didn't find Deadpool and Wolverine very funny.
No.
At least on its second watch. When I watched it the first time, I laughed quite a bit. I had some big laughs.
I laughed like twice, like overall, I think.
Yeah. I had some big laughs. Deadpool and Wolverine the second time didn't have any laughs. It just wasn't hitting for me the second time. And a lot of this film is it just doesn't really hit. The emotional moments don't exactly feel entirely earned. There's the action is leaves a lot to be desired. I hesitate to say it's bad action, but it just leaves a lot to be desired, especially when you're coming off of the first two movies, which have, let's be honest, incredible action sequences.
Yes.
So Deadpool and Wolverine very much misses the mark in that regard. Much has been said about Sean Levy's direction. Yes, he's got no sauce. This movie is a puddle of gray. And it feels to the point of just trying to, minimize the budget versus having an artistic vision. There's much more I can say about that. I have a lot of issues regarding, the initial setup of the story. I have a lot of issues in so many other places and a lot of random shit that I want to get into, but I can't because I want to keep this quick. And I feel like I've already gone longer than Ernest here, but
I can top that if you want.
I know you can, but let's not. Because we'll be here forever. We'll be here forever talking shit about Deadpool and Wolverine.
It doesn't even have the funny credits at the beginning. Well, to make fun of the people who made the movie.
It's just a normal opening credits, but it's set to bye. It feels like sacrilege saying anything bad about this movie because it is the big crowd pleaser of the year. It made all the money that it was expected to make. People had a great time. It is a crowd-pleasing movie to a specific crowd, but it's a crowd pleaser. there's things I really enjoyed seeing about it. I liked having Wesley Snipes back as Blade. I liked that. That was nice. I enjoyed having him around.
Yeah.
I didn't mind watching Channing Tatum get his chance at Gambit. It was kind of funny. We'll never actually get it, but
Good.
But it's fine. He had his moment. He was a standout. There were some cameos that was funny. I howled the first time I saw the Henry Cavill cameo.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
It was pretty funny. But there's just a lot of this movie that doesn't. It just feels like just I don't know, man. There's a lot to say, and I don't want to just go on forever.
I think it is a disservice to the first two movies, and even the movie Logan itself. Say that also. I'll also cap it up with this. The first two Deadpool movies felt like underdog movies that really like came out despite everything and despite who Deadpool was. It's movies that were made possible by the passion and like really like love for the character and even the universe. And Deadpool Wolverine feels like the movie feels like the thing where it's like they made it to the big leagues, and they forgot to care for the first two movies, even leaving behind the characters that were in those first two movies.
Yeah.
For like the kid going popular and then saying bye bye to my old friends. That's what this movie felt like.
It does feel like it's a movie where they didn't know what they were gonna do for a Deadpool 3 because they didn't know what state they were in. And then when they found out what state they were in, they were like, "Oh boy, we can now pull from every bag. We're not beholden to any restrictions anymore." And it's
to their disservice.
It's to their disservice. They should have had restrictions. They should have been limited. And they should have had something to focus on. And I think this movie just has no focus whatsoever. It is a scatterbrained movie.
It wanted to get to it wanted to get to the crossover. It didn't matter how.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah. I'm at a 6.5 with it. I'm very lax on it. I'm not. This movie didn't kill my dog. I'm not at that. I'm not at that with this movie. But I'm also not disappointed because I really wasn't expecting much in the first place.
No, me neither. I wasn't expecting much. I kind of, I was expecting the sequel to Deadpool 2 and Deadpool 1. I was expecting that. I don't think I got that. I got Deadpool Wolverine, which is worse. But I don't know. I'm leaning in between a 3 or a 2 for like hatred. I could get into it much more, but like you said, we'll be here forever.
Yeah, we would both be here forever.
I'll leave it at a 2.5 right now.
Yeah.
2.5 out of 10.
Yeah, just to keep it, Yeah, but look at that. We didn't spend that long on this movie.
We did not spend this long on this movie.
I think if we would have done a full video on this, it maybe would have gone like 3 hours. Like we would have been here for a long time.
Yeah, it doesn't deserve our time. Fuck you, movie.
Yeah. I will not say fuck you, movie, but I will also say good day, sir. All right, going on.
Hold me back, Abe. Hold me back before I destroy it.
Yeah. I'll just kick Deadpool out the door, man. Like, I don't need to hold you back. I'll close the door for you. Like,
no, I'm trying to kill it.
Yeah. All right. Moving on from there, we got Didi. All right, I can talk about Didi. Look at that.
Yeah, this is all you.
This is all me. So, I'm gonna be blunt. This is my favorite movie I've seen this year, and I think it might be the best movie I've seen this year.
Oh my.
Yeah. So, Didi is the story of let's see here. Let me just pull out the quick plot.
Is his name Didi?
His nickname is his so he is a Chinese American, a young man. It takes place in 2008 in the last month of his summer vacation before he goes into high school. He is Taiwanese American, young boy. His parents are immigrants from Taiwan. And he is essentially going through the struggles of being a teenager in in his particular circumstances, which are, being a Taiwanese American boy with a lot of expectations on him. And this film hits, it feels like bullets in your chest because it feels so fucking real. It is so down to earth and grounded, but not in the way that feels fake. It feels exactly like this is real. It feels like we're peering into this boy's life, and we're seeing like his evolution. And it's just like, and this film feels a little personal to me because I know those feelings very well that he experiences. The feelings of, deep insecurity, anger, wanting to be liked so badly, not feeling fitting, not feeling you're fitting in places where you should, to not know if your friends even like you. Like, it's that kind of stuff. There's a scene in this film that's so excellent because at the beginning of the movie, they set up the relationship between him and his older sister who's about to go off to college. And they have a very argumentative, not healthy relationship. They scream at each other. They curse each other out. They call each other the worst things possible. But
straight up the worst things possible.
Like he straight up calls her a bitch, almost a cunt at one point. Like he says, they both say terrible things to each other. At one point, he takes her bottle of lotion and pisses in it.
Ew.
And then covers it back up just to fuck with her.
Ew.
Because he's just sick of her being an asshole to him.
It's nasty.
Yeah, some nasty shit. And at one point, he comes back home after having he has this crush on a girl. He finally gets to go on a date with her. It doesn't go the way he wants it to go. And he comes back home feeling miserable about it. When he comes back home, his sister is giving him shit. Like, he comes back home feeling miserable, and she's like, "Where the fuck were you? You know why this is why nobody fucking likes you, right?" And he just blows up at her. He's like, "Can you shut the fuck up? I'm sick and tired of you fucking talking to me like this. Fuck you. Go away. I hate you. I never want to see you again." And just runs away. And in a normal film, you would go, "Oh, you guys are both assholes. You both are terrible people." But this movie's not that. It takes the very realistic approach of having these characters grow, and you understand the pain that they're in. You understand the growth they've had to go through, the things they've had to deal with in their lives, the amount of pressure that's on them, and you understand it all. It's so. I have no other word for it. It's so painfully real. It's because I compare it in my mind. I think about it. I don't know if you remember the film I talked about a couple years ago, Armageddon Time, where it's kind of trying to tell a similar story of a young teenage boy kind of going through the process of being a teenager and growing up and such things. And the main protagonist in that film, the young boy, he's a fucking asshole, and everyone around him's an asshole. But the film only rewards him for being such a way. This film does not reward young Chris for being the way he is. It only asks you to understand the life that he has and the expectation that's on him and what he's understanding and feeling. And there's so many points in this film where like it gets almost too real. And yeah, no, I was so blown away by it. It's an incredible film. I have no notes. It is fantastic.
Oh, good thing all he did was just piss in the bottle.
Yeah.
If it was anything else, I'd be like, "Ugh, this is nasty."
Yeah. It is a great film. I highly recommend it. Yeah, it's only 90 minutes. It's really short. It has so many moments that you cringe in understanding versus cringe in disgust. Like oh, that's I don't want to remember that time. You go like, oh, I remember that. I remember being like that. Like, yeah. And also this movie's a fun time capsule because it takes place in 2008, and he likes filming things, like recording things for his YouTube channel, and he likes to learn how to edit and stuff. And so you're watching a lot of recreations of what old 2008 internet technology looked like and how it was back then, and you just go, oh,
bro, you get to see the old YouTube.
yeah, the old YouTube. You get to see the old Facebook, instant messenger. You get to see that. Like,
this is time before Twitter. Enjoy it.
Yeah, the old camcorders and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like a time capsule in a way. This is this director's, I believe it's not his theatrical debut. Oh no, it is his theatrical debut. Yeah, it's his theatrical debut. He was a student, so apparently Google had like a program where they were essentially like get some up and comer filmmakers and kind of just put them through school, and he was one of them. And so this is his first film out of that, and yeah, way to come out fucking swinging, my man. Yeah,
very nice. It's on Peacock. Look at
that. He's described it as a very personal film. It's practically an autobiographical film.
I pissed on my sister's bottle.
Yeah, it's very much about him and his mom, and it's very much about him and his mom. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
yeah. Anything with the mom in here?
Oh, the mom is great too. Because the mom, the situation they have is that Chris's father is in Taiwan working to make the money for the house. So he's not present at all times. The only presence of his dad that's still there is their Nai, their grandmother, the mother-in-law for the mom. And she is constantly nagging and nagging and nagging and complaining and criticizing, saying you're not. It's like, you were never worth it. You were never good enough for him. If he was here, he would have turned this into he would have made this better. Where is he now? Why is he not at home? You know, and it's like, you know why he's not at home. And at one point she blows up and he's like, I'm the reason this is a home. I took all of this and made it a home worth living in. Like, give me my, like, if I have to hear you nag at me one more fucking time, I'm going to lose it. And there's a lot of moments because she's dealing with all the pressure because she had to throw away her dreams. Like, they kind of say that in the film, that she had to throw away her wants and her dreams and her things that she wanted to do in life because she had kids and she had to come over to the U.S. and now she had to learn English and had to restart in all these ways. And you understand that, like, she had to do so much for her kids to have a life in the U.S. where she didn't get to have any of that. And so there's like that point of frustration and tension between her and her son in those ways. And so you completely understand everything. You feel for everyone. There's a lot of... it would have been very easy for this film to have no sympathy to the mother.
Right.
And it has sympathy to her. And I think that's also like the other balancing act that the movie does so fucking well. This is a phenomenal film. I'm at a 10 out of 10. No fucking notes. I love this movie. It was incredible. I didn't have enough good to say.
Nice.
Yeah. It hits like a fucking truck.
I'm glad you found that movie that makes you go, yeah, fuck yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting, man.
Yeah.
Shit, maybe it's this one.
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah. All right. Moving on from there, we have, let's see here, Trap. All right. So Trap is the new M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Strong, I'll take on anyone.
Yeah.
You get it.
I do not.
You don't?
I don't think I get it.
Trap? The band? That's strong?
Nope. I think it's lost on me.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So yeah, Trap is the new M. Night Shyamalan film. What can you say about modern Shyamalan? He's an interesting filmmaker. He always has been. There's an eccentricity to his films that make him a true auteur. because you know exactly what kind of movie, what filmmaker you're watching from when you watch Trap, when you watch a movie of his.
He used to go there for a time.
Yeah. His dialogue is inhuman. No one talks like they do. No human talks like they do in an M. Night Shyamalan movie. No one acts like they do in real life like they do in an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Everyone is weird and stilted. And there's a lot of affectations in people's voices that you just don't have in real life. Like, nobody talks like this all the time. Everything's just all great. Like this. All the time. It's gonna be great. Like, nobody talks like that in real life. But I will say this. Trap looked interesting from its trailer. Because it's a thriller where you're following the villain. You're following the serial killer. And it's a film where you watch him try to escape the very situations that are meant to catch him. Because the film takes place during a concert that his young daughter is dying to see. But the concert is being used as a trap by the FBI to catch this serial killer, because they found a clue from one of the scenes that a ticket was found, or a receipt for a purchased ticket to this concert was found. And so this film is just watching this one man try to escape everything. And I really did not like this movie at all. And my biggest issue with it is that the film relies on continuous gaps of logic and idiocy to get its lead character out of situations that he shouldn't have made it out of. The film is reliant on that. And it makes that first half of the movie just not unbearable, but you almost can't believe what you're watching. Because there's no way that he should have been able to get out of any of that unseen. Especially if there's one point in particular that I went, no, fuck you, no, you don't get that one, no, fuck you.
No credit.
But the movie the movie decides, yeah, that's what it's going to be. And then the worst part of it is its second half, where it becomes a completely different movie.
Oh.
And oh my god, I was snoozing. It was unbearable at times, because it's relying on, guess what? Nepo movie number 2. M. Night's other daughter, who is a pop star, I guess. I don't know. Not really into her music. She has a main role in this film as the singer, right? Yeah, as the pop star that they're there for the concert for. And the movie is reliant on her acting in the second half, and she is not good. She's really not good. And it makes some of the stuff in the second half of the movie laughable. Also, the ending sucks.
Why is that?
The ending sucks because I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to mean. Why? After all of that, why? After all of the runaround ways to get this exact situation to happen, why the fuck does it end like that? Why would they? You know what? I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that one. Because I really don't like this movie. I don't think it's that terrible. It's, as a 2-hour movie, there's worse ways. There's worse ways to use those 2 hours. But I think what I noted about this film that I wrote is that as much as this film wants to present its killer as a competent threat, it ends up making him feel like one lucky bastard and incapable of thinking and incapable of thinking through key factors. That's what I wrote about the movie. Its first half is idiotic, its second half is really drawn out. I just wasn't a fan. but I didn't think it was that terrible. It has some good moments. There's an end credits scene in this movie, and I laughed my ass off at it because it was actually funny. Put it that way. I'll put it that way.
Oh, okay.
This movie has its fans. People really love the Shyamalan-ness of it. Just the gall for this to be the movie that he thought was good enough to put out. Josh Hartnett he's in it. I like Josh Hartnett. I think this is a good role for him. I just am sad that his director was M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey, you think he could be a good Green Lantern? He's got the face for like a Hal Jordan, right?
Maybe, yeah. But we're getting Kyle Chandler.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I think he's gonna kill it as Hal Jordan. I think he's gonna do a great
Well,
job.
they kind of look the same. That's why I'm thinking like, hey, you know what? What if he was?
They have a similar look, yeah. But yeah, no. I feel like I'm gonna be honest. I feel like you would enjoy this movie. You would also I think you would feel the same as me about it, but you just actually like it.
Yeah, is it at least funny?
Yeah, funny in a bad way.
That's what I am.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like you'll probably enjoy it because it's fun in that bad way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was not a fan of this. I think it's on Max now, so I think you can watch it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was there.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it. I gave it a 4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have to be honest, and there's like it's well made. You know, there's some good things about it that I kind of liked.
The regression praise.
Yeah, there's some things to say that are nice, but I don't want to say any of them.
I don't like you enough to do that. Fuck you.
So yeah, that's Trap. Wasn't a fan. Moving on from that, we're gonna have Borderlands. Oh fuck me.
Oh my god, I forgot about this movie.
Yeah, I want to forget this movie.
I'm sure you did too for a second.
How could I?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. Borderlands made me mad.
Oh no.
And it's not because it was worse than I thought it was gonna be. It was about as bad as I thought it would be. Why this movie made me mad is because it had the absolute balls to say it was a Borderlands movie.
Liar.
It gets everything wrong. It gets absolutely nothing right. The only thing that it gets, that I'm willing to go like, okay, fine, you get this one, is it kind of looks like the game at times. There's an attention to detail to maybe get the world looking like it's supposed to from the games. They have the things, and it's like the gun that fucking Kevin Hart is holding looks like a gun in Borderlands. The echo device, the stall device that Tannis has at one point. Yeah, it looks like what it would look like in the games, and whatever. Krieg is wearing the right mask and stuff. Claptrap looks exactly like Claptrap. Lilith has the stupid dumb haircut. Like, yes, it looks like the game. It has nothing of the fucking game in it, though. None of the spirit, none of the humor, none of the gore. This is a PG-13 ass movie.
Ew.
It was clearly not supposed to be, but it was edited around it to make it PG-13. Cate Blanchett is fucking trying, but she is too old for this part. I am sorry. She is too fucking old to play Lilith. Everyone in this cast is practically too old to play their characters. Fucking Kevin Hart in this movie. He's so downplayed. You know what? Good for him. Fuck you. Get out of this movie.
Huh.
Fuck this movie. Truly. Fuck it to hell. I hate this thing. There's so much about this movie that's just falling over at every fucking point. There is very little to anything good in this movie. It's almost 2 hours. It's an hour and 40. Yeah, that's 20 minutes. Oh, fuck you. Suck my dick. It feels like 5. This movie's god-awful. I hate it so much. I was watching it actively, like looking at the screen like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, they felt confident to release this in theaters. Like, whew. Fucking hate this thing. This miserable pile of shit.
Would not recommend.
Would not recommend. Anytime Jack Black spoke as Claptrap, I wanted to blow my brains out.
Don't do that. Just kill Claptrap.
Shit, I might need to kill Jack Black.
Yeah, he's on a roll lately, right?
Yeah, he's on a fucking roll.
He's earning his spot in the
the Hall of Shit.
Avoid watching.
Yeah.
Avoid
Hey, look
watching
at that! I
Cat.
can put him right there with Ryan Reynolds, The Rock, and Kevin Hart,
Yeah.
and Mark Wahlberg. Let's throw Mark Wahlberg in there too.
Sure. Yeah.
The amount of shitty streaming movies he's made can put him right there.
Yeah. No. Yes, it's the Hall of Fame of avoid watching.
Yeah.
That and Gal Gadot, I think.
Yeah, we can throw Gal Gadot in there too. Why not? Yeah, why not? I hope I can leave Chris Evans out of that. But Red One is looking like it's going to be interesting. You know,
He's getting there, isn't he?
yeah. It's crazy that he had the complete opposite career of Chris Hemsworth after Marvel, and that's disappointing because Chris Evans was looking like he was going to have the career after Marvel that we all thought he was going to have.
No.
And it turned out, no. No, he did not. Chris Hemsworth got that career. Yeah.
The best Chris.
Yeah. Somebody made a... We're completely off the topic of Borderlands right now, but somebody pointed out in a tweet that...
whatever, bro.
Whatever, fuck this movie. Somebody posted a clip of his monologue at the end of Furiosa, and somebody pointed out, I think it was... Bro must have hated Thor Love and Thunder to another level because something about him just snapped this year.
Yeah.
Where he puts out like that level of performance in Furiosa. I'm like, holy shit, dude, bravo. You put your fucking acting chops out there. And then Transformers 1. Like in the same year where I'm like, oh, good for you. Chris Evans wishes. Chris Pratt wishes.
Bro, Chris Hemsworth is the best Chris.
He's turning into the best Chris. Apparently. And I was on the Chris Pine train.
No, he hasn't been anything good lately.
D&D?
Lately.
That was last year.
Yeah, no, that's what does he come up with this year?
I don't know. I don't think he's had anything this year.
It's like at least you could say Chris Hemsworth was in Extraction 2. That was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
That was a fun time, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck Borderlands. 2 out of 10. Fuck this movie so much. I fuck it to hell and back. It's disgusting, awful, murder it, put 2 in the back of its head and bury it out back. I don't fucking care. You know, maybe leave it to rot.
Right.
Let everybody know. Let everybody know what happened.
Burn the body.
No, don't burn the body. Let it stink up the place.
No, make it a ritual. Like everybody.
Make a mural. Yeah. Make a cast of the rotting body and just put it up somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. This hereby is the corpse of Borderlands.
It's like, oh damn, that stinks. Too bad it always stunk.
Yeah. Fuck this movie to hell, man. I hate it so much. All right. What do we got next? It ends with us. Okay, this is all you.
Oh right. Well, okay. Well, I don't really have much to say about this movie, honestly. I saw it because my mom wanted to see it in theaters. She thought it looked interesting, and I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. You went with me for these other movies, so I guess I'll watch this with you, whatever. I don't know. She was more invested in it than I was. I will bring her here to talk about it for me. I wasn't all that invested watching it. I didn't have I haven't had a bad time watching it. I was just like, not invested in at all in the first place. Where I was kind of like, whatever. This is stuff that's happening. I'm not exactly a romance exclusive type of movie guy. Like I like romance in movies. We just saw we talked about Fly Me to the Moon. I like the romance in there, but it also had another thing going for it other than just the romance. And as well as it's exclusively mostly a romance with a I guess a twist of an abuse story. But besides that, I didn't really care much for this movie. Not of the conflict happening in the movie or the romance or I don't know, even as a thing to be invested with. It's just wasn't for me. This is not a movie really for me, and yeah, I'm really just indifferent towards it. I I don't care for whatever controversy is happening with it or anything like that. Uh, yeah, no, I really don't have much to say about it. It's a fine time, I guess. If you're a romance nut job, this is a movie for you, I suppose. You know?
Yeah. I've heard many people hate this movie.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah. And it starts with people hating the book that this is based on.
Right.
And especially not liking the author.
Don't like the author.
Yeah. In major part because of this book.
Right. Well, yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
would not. I would not either. I just know of. I know of the hatred.
yeah, I really don't. I have no clue whatsoever.
Yeah.
I like the marketing for this movie more than the movie itself.
Mm.
I'm sure you've seen the video where
Yeah, Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, and the mom.
yeah,
Ryan Reynolds' mom. Yeah, I've seen that.
interview one of the guys. That was funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I got nothing. It's fine. Whatever. 5 out of 10, I guess. Not terrible. I didn't. I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't really want to be there, honestly.
But you were there.
Yeah, I was there. I was a good son that day.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess from there on, Alien Romulus.
Oh well, this is one I wanted to watch. Yeah, yeah.
It sure was.
Yeah. Well, to quote what I told you after I saw the movie, Romulus more like Romulame because the movie is fucking lame and it sucks. Not very good at all, guys. I'm sorry. It's a dumb movie. It's a clown movie. It it is funny how this movie's getting away with being called the third best Alien movie because they say that because they can't say anything else. Because they can't call it the best one or the second best one because they know it's not. So all they can get away with is being the third best Alien movie, and it's not even very good.
I would say Alien 3 is possibly better.
Maybe, yeah, probably Alien probably is possibly better than this one. That's the funny thing. Maybe it isn't even the third best. Can't even get away with it. Maybe, but can't even go out because again, this movie stinks. It's got really dumb characters. It it has the gall to take place between the first and second movie and then try to fit in neatly between all that, which it can't. It steals a wonderful, awesome line from one of the from Aliens, which it does not deserve or earn whatsoever, and it fucking butchers that line, that exact same line. And then and that's canonical that this fucking super robot says, "Get away from me, you bitch!" before Ellen Ripley did. Get out of here, dude. God, and just it's a goal of a movie, you know. It it tries to play so much memories and fan service towards those old good Alien movies, but it just fails at every direction. It has one of the most disgusting, yeah, frankly, one of the most disgusting cameos I've ever seen in my life. Cameo, memories, fan service moments.
Not
It's
even a
just
cameo, an important character to the movie that they
yeah.
keep cutting back to.
Sorry, yeah, it's an important character in the movie too. Yeah, and it's the most disgusting thing I've probably ever seen in a movie this year. Fuck you for that. It's terrible. I do not care that the family said we're cool with that. No, doesn't make it any better. Should we tell them what it is? I mean, I feel like everybody knows at this point, right?
Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I
No?
mean, I guess we can say it. They bring a dead actor back to life. We'll say that. We can say that.
Okay, yeah, we'll say that. Yeah,
Yeah.
they bring a dead actor back to life with the wonderful works of CGI and AI.
So it's animatronics, voice work, CG, and generative AI,
Yes,
and some facial capture. Because
yes,
they did have a stand-in set actor to provide face capture.
It
Which I'm
neither
like,
looks good or sounds good.
why not just keep the stage actor?
No. It neither looks good or sounds good. And the purpose of the movie, and its purpose in the movie is frankly a bad excuse to just get that very same actor in the movie because you want people to go, oh my god, look, it's that actor, but didn't think about what that would mean
Yeah.
plot
They
wise or like morality wise. It's terrible.
they tried to pull one on you because anyone who's seen the first movie knows that this character is duplicitous. Yet the movie wants to play it as a reveal that this character is duplicitous. And I go, I saw the first movie. I know that already. Why are you trying? Because you're playing it up like everyone saw the first movie. So then stop trying. You can't pull a fast one on us. We already know.
And it doesn't make any sense because in the context of this universe, it's a reveal of the character being a thing. You know, so it just fucking makes the world make like sense because that means the characters would have known about that character being a thing if it's if the thing that character is known worldwide or universal wide, you know? Just makes less sense towards the world. You're just shitting on your own franchise. Stop. And this is a franchise that keeps getting shit on by more continuing sequels and prequels. It can't ever stop.
Yeah.
So dumb, and don't even get me started on the characters that aren't our main little two. You know, I guess one of them dies because he didn't move from acid falling on him. What a retard. What must you say about this movie, Gabe?
I didn't like it.
No.
I wasn't a fan. For me, my issues with the movie are its use of the member berries. Number one, it very much is trying to go, hey, look, aren't we're alien guys? We're doing the alien thing. We're using practical sets. We have practical effects for the Xenos. And I'm like, yeah, that stuff all looks great. Looks fantastic. This movie looks like $1,000,000. It looks incredible. How about that? How about that story though? How about those characters? And they go, we ain't got that. That's the iRobot meme. Y'all got any good stereo and characters? We got member berries.
It's literally Black Panther. We don't do that here.
Yeah, we don't do that here. We
You don't.
only want you to remember the first movie and nothing else. And give me a moment. I can't breathe right now. Give me a second.
Breathe, nigga, breathe.
So this movie has some good ideas. I like the idea of a synthetic being kind of treated as like a family member. What does this movie do with that? Nothing. Doesn't really explore it at all.
The only thing that go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the only interesting that to do with a synthetic is reverting him back to being a regular synthetic, where it's kind of making like these decisions on the fly of trying to like find the best outcome for all of them to survive while also serving, you know, a greater purpose. That's when it becomes like the most interesting character in the movie. Too bad they threw it away immediately afterwards. You know?
I didn't find him interesting even with that. I didn't find him interesting at all with that because the film does nothing with it. The film continuously tries to set up moments of like this is where you're supposed to doubt Andy. This is where you're supposed to not trust him anymore. This is where the character shouldn't trust him anymore. But the problem is that the character that we actually have focus on and have some kind of development for is Rain. And you know who never once questions Andy? Rain. So why the fuck should I question him?
I mean, she does at points, you know.
Where?
When the girl is trapped behind the other room and she's
Oh,
trying to like.
and you mean when she slaps Andy and then immediately goes back to, oh, I guess I trust Andy now. Because this movie isn't insufferable in its writing because it's not good writing at all.
I guess that's the only bit of doubt that she has towards that Andy. But then again, she once Andy goes back to being regular Andy, she never decides to go back to the other guy because she doesn't like him. But there's that. I mean, I'm not giving any credit. I'm just saying that at least that version of Andy puts us in a I guess what I would call a little situation where it's not really about dieting him. It's just him making these much more interesting choices compared to everybody else in the movie.
Yeah.
That's kind of where he falls in. Like, it's not great, but at the same time, it's like it's the best thing we get to work with.
Yeah. I will
Because it's
say
not very.
that particular scene of the door, Andy in the door, is the best scene in the movie.
Yeah, might just be.
It's the best scene in the movie. It's the only scene with like a modicum of tension. Because I think in part of it is because of the Xeno just sitting back there and not moving.
Yeah.
There's something about watching the Xenomorph actually hunt and behave like a hunter. Because, that is something about the Xenomorphs. They do hunt. It's something if you played Alien Isolation, which, by the way, this movie wishes it was Alien Isolation. It really does. It fucking canonizes Alien Isolation.
The actual best third Alien movie.
Yeah. But what was I saying? Oh yes. If you played Alien Isolation, you'll know fully the capabilities of the Xenomorph as a hunter. And this film kind of tries that at some points, where it's to remind you, hey, this thing knows how to hunt. You can do that. And so to have that scene where it just sits there and kind of watches and waits for the characters to make a move is cool. I like that. It also helps that the thing was really there. They had somebody on set in a suit doing that. So it's cool. It's a nice little touch.
Yeah, too bad the middle got underwhelmed, became underwhelming for a shooting gallery.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's
This
movie would be freaky or scary or have tension or be thrilling if I just cared about any of those characters, and I didn't, because the movie it set them up and then didn't know what to do after. It didn't want to focus on them at all or give them anything. So I just kind of go, oh, well, I don't really know anything about you, so I guess oh no, there they go. Okay, I'm not scared at all, because it's like
he learned how to use the pulse rifle through video games and magazines. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna touch on that. Not even gonna go there. I liked the initial setup of the movie. Showing what life on a willy-nilly controlled planet is.
She's the bird on the cage.
Yeah, just a bird in a cage. Yeah, okay, let's go there.
I was so dumb. They literally, she's a bird on the cage, by the way. Yeah, really? Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I get it. She's a bird on the cage.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, I kind of like that opening setup. It made the initial goal kind of... It was risky, but I understand the choice. I understand why they wanted to do it. And even some of that early setup, like everything before they get to the fucking facehugger room, I was like, okay, I'm kind of in. And then from there, it just kind of takes a nosedive.
Yeah, Mr. Strong accent wasn't annoying at all. He's a fucking satanic man.
There's something in the fucking water.
He's something in the fucking water.
That last like 10-15 minutes sure was a drag.
It was funny.
I mean, I'll give it this. The initial shock of what you see.
Yeah, okay.
It got me. I was like, oh.
I think it's creepy. It's a creepy little thing.
That's creepy. And some of the shots they do with it later where I'm like, that's...
That motherfucker's real? Oh my god.
I don't like that. And then finding out it was real made me go like, ugh. I was like, ugh. So, okay, good on you, movie. You got that one. You're still not Alien. You're not as clever as Alien. Got it. Yeah. Because they're just trying to do the Alien thing where it's like they think they did it, and then here's 20 more minutes, and I'm like, fuck you. That worked once. You can't do that again. It sucks because I did want to like this. It's such a well put together movie. It's really well shot. I hate to stress it because it's something that it's like it's a lost art of filmmaking. The reliance on practical things. It gives your movie so much more life, and it makes things feel more weighty and real. But when the writing sucks, I can't really get into that, and that's annoying
Yeah,
because I really
no.
want to praise this movie for putting in the work
Honestly, if this movie
to
was
be more practical.
if the movie was all CG and the writing was better, it'd be like, yeah, cool, good, yeah.
And there is CG. And it's not to say there isn't CG
No,
in the
no,
movie.
yeah,
It's
there,
good
it's
CG.
just that
Yeah.
I don't want to give it. I'll give it the credit where it's due. I'm just not gonna. People might tend to forget this movie just because it's practical. I don't want to do that. I don't want to give it that much leeway just because of that. Even though good for you, good on you, great.
Yeah. And I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, of course. I mean, the face art looks a little weird though.
Yeah, they did look a little weird, but then there are some times where it's like, oh, they look great. But sometimes when they're just a little scattering around, it's a little weird. But
Yeah, yeah,
I can
yeah.
forgive it a little bit.
And
I
it
can forgive it.
looked way better in Aliens when they were less
Oh,
scattering
sure,
around.
yeah,
But yeah, not very good. It sucks, honestly, really bad.
yeah. I'm not. I wanted to like it, but I wasn't into it. I'm at a 5.5 on it. Not for me.
I'm at a 3.
Yeah, yeah. Did
Not for
want to
me.
like it though. Yeah.
I did. I wasn't expecting much. Honestly, I don't expect from this franchise anymore at this point for everything. So I was kind of there like I'm gonna go in with you with. I'm gonna be suspicious of you.
Yeah.
My suspicions were right. This movie is sus.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh
I
well,
guess
maybe next.
from
Hey, no, they're look, bro, listen, they're gonna make the director wants to do a Alien vs Predator movie with the director of
of Prey.
Prey. So yeah, so
Yeah.
all right.
Maybe Dan Trachtenberg will balance it out.
Yeah, maybe he will, maybe he will. I
Yeah.
do like Prey better than this for sure.
Yeah. All right. Moving on from Alien Romulus, we have the Crow. Oh fuck me.
Oh damn, I didn't see this one. God.
Oh, I wish I didn't. All right. I'm gonna say some sacrilege shit right now.
Yes, is that where your hot little take?
I'm gonna start with my hot take. I don't like the original Crow movie.
Well, it's not a take, it's an opinion, but like sure. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, he doesn't like the Crow movie, guys. Boo this man.
I don't like the Crow. I think it's the definitive example. Maybe not definitive, but it's like a prime example of style over substance. It's a movie very heavy on its style, and the movie looks great. I think there is an unfortunate obsession with the unfortunate passing of Brandon Lee that gets people to kind of latch onto the movie a little more. And I don't want to say give it a pass, but kind of like, how do I say? It kind of feels like people are using his passing as a way to excuse the movie. If that makes any sense.
I've never heard of that. Or like Crow. People should usually talk about how good it is in and of itself rather than the tragedy behind it.
Yeah. I hear mostly just people talking about the tragedy and of course people talking about its setting and yeah, like that stuff is all fine and good. You know, it's a very atmospheric movie, very visually appealing, very dark, gothic. It's a fine movie as it is. I just don't find it all that interesting, and I wish there was a little bit more there for me to chew on. I think there's just much better than The Crow if you're looking for a revenge movie, a revenge thriller. Like I think there's a lot better than the original Crow. All that to say, this new Crow, fuck this movie. Everything I didn't like about the original Crow can just be thrown onto this movie times 10. It's what it does is it tries to elaborate on Eric and Shelley's relationship. Kind of talk about the love that they had, like show the love that they had for each other, so that when Shelley dies, it actually feels like something, and not just like initial shock and like a setup for the revenge that's going to take place. Too bad. All of that sucks.
All right.
And it's not very interesting. It takes up 2/3 of the movie's length. Because the actual crow stuff doesn't happen until like over halfway through the movie.
Full strategy.
The only thing that's I think that were interesting about the way that they do the crow stuff is how they show his healing as something that genuinely hurts. And Bill Skarsgård does a good job. Like, there's a scene where he has to, like, I think he has to pull, like, a bullet out of his stomach or something. And you have Bill Skarsgård just screaming in pain, and I'm like, ugh. But the biggest issue here with that relationship that I was referring to is just how unconvincing it all is. These actors, Bill Skarsgård and what's her name? FKA Twigs? I don't know who the fuck that is, but
that's not her name. What?
That's her name.
What?
She can't act.
What would you name yourself? That? Is she a singer or something? Like a pop
I guess. I think she might be like a rapper or something, or like a hip hop artist. But it's like
it's a fine little name.
She's just, it just kills the energy. The movie's just an active fucking vapid hole of energy, and there's just nothing. You're just sitting there bored the whole time because there's just nothing. The only thing that it has is just bleh. You just kind of find yourself going like, no, I don't want this. Get this away from me. Yeah. So even though they tried to make you care about the revenge way more, and in the process made me care less about the revenge. When it finally decides, yeah, okay, now we can do the action stuff. Now we can do the revenge. I'm like, oh, the movie picked up a little bit. It's kind of cool, kind of interesting action. Too bad it's like 20 minutes, and then that's the whole movie, and that's the rest of the movie. And I go, oof, whatever. I'm done. I don't care anymore. Because it's literally, I think I wrote here, what did I write? Is it fun in the last 20 minutes? Yes. It's well directed and choreographed, but it's too late as the shit has already hit the floor. Was what I wrote. The shit has already hit the floor. It's over now.
Spilled all over. Now you can do anything about it.
Yeah, now you gotta clean it up. It's there now. Like
what? No, I didn't do this though.
Yeah, but you gotta clean it up.
But this is my mess. This is not my mess.
Sir, you took a shit in the floor.
Oh, I didn't. This is you. This is your movie. What do you mean?
Yeah,
no, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
This movie's just it's such trash, man. Like, it's as bad as we thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, it didn't look very good from the trailer. So
no, it had a terrible trailer. So it's not. Yes, so not a surprise when I finished it and I went, wow, that sucked.
Oh wow, it really was bad. What a surprise.
Yeah, I don't got much to say. This shit's a 2. Like I gave it a 2. I was not into this at all. I didn't even really like the first movie, but it made me want to apologize. Yeah, no, fuck this movie. Moving on, we have Blink Twice.
So, this one.
Blink Twice is the directorial debut of Zoe Kravitz.
Yeah.
This is her writing directing debut. It's a film about this this worker. I believe she's like a waitress, and she usually serves at like high fancy parties. And one night that she's working on this fancy party, she finds a way to sneak out of work with her friend and wear a nice dress and join the party and act like she belongs there. In the process, she meets Channing Tatum's character. I blank on his name. But he meets Channing Tatum's character, who's this, this mega rich entrepreneur. He's big on social media. He's got this company that's growing, and he's kind of immediately attracted to her, and she's immediately attracted to him. And so they go on to his private island to enjoy it and have a good time. And as they're continually having a good time, it becomes weirder and weirder how what the island is about, how they're starting to forget things. They're starting to forget the days of fun that they've had. But yet they stay there doing the same thing over and over, drinking and having fun and doing stuff. So the movie is a bit of a, like a social satire thriller that's kind of exploring all these, these ideas and stuff. I thought it was fine. It was a good movie. Yeah, it was a good movie. I liked it. It has good ideas and good execution, but I personally got up in some of the logistics of how certain things happen. Because it's very obvious what's happening as you're watching it, but the way it the way it goes about telling you what it is that's happening, and it did win over its inevitable catharsis of violence, and it justified it completely. Right. But I will say I kind of got caught up in the how is this happening? Because they don't explain it at all.
You didn't like how they got there, or
no? They didn't tell you how they got there. They just kind of go, "This is what's happening," and I'm like, "How?" And they go,
"Don't worry about it."
No. They literally tell you no. Like,
no,
it's like no, you're not going to know how it works.
Oh, but I wanna know.
No, and it's interesting because it does something. It's a very similar complaint I had about "Don't Worry, Darling," which explores similar themes and ideas, and yet I like this one more because I think it justifies itself more and handles things with a little more tact. I have to be honest. I don't know if I'm the right person to speak on the specific things that the film refers to and talks about. I don't think I'm the right person to talk about that stuff. But I can say it handles it better than its contemporaries. I will say.
Like what things?
If I say what, it kind of ruins the big surprise of the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's kind of the twist. I will say Channing Tatum is really, really good here. Another actress, the kind of like secondary lead, Adria Arjona, who we just saw in Hitman. She's really, really great in this. It's the lead actress, though, Naomi Ackie. She's not untalented, but she didn't impress me here. I think she was miscast in this leading role. Yeah, I don't think she led it the way I think that Zoe Kravitz would have wanted her to. I think, honestly, Zoe Kravitz would have fit this role better.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd think she would have been better for that role.
I think Zoe Kravitz would have fitted a little better. Probably just because I think she's a more talented actress. But regardless, Kravitz does a good job behind the camera here, but I think she was more focused on the script than she was the direction.
Is she right?
She co-wrote, yeah. She co-wrote the film. It's not a badly directed film, but I think there was I think there were other things pulling her focus. Because the movie doesn't really have much flair. There's nothing to make it really stand out. Directing visually or direction wise, there's nothing really here to set her apart. She kind of just falls in the wayside a little bit, which she shouldn't, because this is her directorial debut. It should be big and flashy, but it's not. For me, the biggest issue is just the lack of explanation to how any of these reveals are possible. So it probably could have been a little longer. It's like an hour 50 minutes, I think. Or no, it's an hour 43. I think it could have easily been 2 hours. I think if the film could justify a 2 hour length. Yeah, I think the film is good. It picks up later. It's really slow at the start, but it really picks up later. I think there are films of its nature that are better. And it just doesn't really stand out in the genre of film it's trying to be. The social satire.
I thought they were films you say.
I would say in a similar vein, I would say it's obviously not as good as like a Parasite or The Menu, but it also doesn't really stand out from those films at all. It kind of just falls by the wayside. I think as much as you dislike them, I think the Knives Out movies stand out more in these ways. In the landscape of social satire, I think those movies stand out and have more of a voice than this does, or and I think like a Parasite or The Menu stands out and has more of a voice than this does. But I certainly enjoyed this film fine. I quite liked it. Was not anything I would say isn't worth watching. It's definitely worth checking out. But it wasn't a great one. I gave it a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I did like it. I did like it, but I just wasn't huge on it. All right, we move on from Blink Twice to Beetlejuice.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Beetlejuice. Well, hey, who would have thought we would have gotten a new Beetlejuice movie in the year 2024, and not in October for Halloween?
They've been trying to make this movie for a long time.
Yes, they have. How about that? Beetlejuice was a fun time, a messy fun time, might I add. There are a lot of laughs, and jokes and humor for the movie. It looks good. It's got the Tim Burton-esque aesthetic to it with all the practical effects and sets and all that makeup of all these people. They look fucking weird. It's the world is very lived in through everything from its extras to those very effects and makeup that I mentioned, that you just can't help to be like, hey man, I kind of want to live there, even though it's basically like hell, I guess. Yeah, it's a fun time. You got a really fun cast of characters between Beetlejuice, I forget their names, but that little family.
Oh, the
Right there.
Dietzes.
Yeah, the Deets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lydia. Fuck. Why am I forgetting
Yeah,
Catherine O'Hara's character's name? Oh my god. The Catherine O'Hara, Jenna Ortega's Astrid, Winona Ryder, Lydia, and then Catherine O'Hara's character. And then there's also Justin Theroux, who's thrown in there. His asshole boyfriend. Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah.
They bring life to the movie for that little family, and he's there too, I guess, to ruin everything because he's an asshole.
He sure is.
Yeah, that little group was fun. Too bad that someone else who's in the movie doesn't really do much because they're kind of wasted. You know what I mean?
Which are we talking about?
Oh well, right, it's more than one. Mrs. Dead Girl.
Monica Bellucci. Yeah.
Yes.
She gets a great intro, and then
a really great intro.
after.
Yeah, but after that, it was like, oh,
yeah.
What the fuck happened?
Tim Burton's "Look at How Hot My Wife Is." Yeah.
She is pretty hot, true, Tim. But anything else about her? No. Okay. All right, Tim. All right. All right. All right. Oh, Tim.
All right, I get you, Tim. You wanna show
you,
off a little bit.
Yeah. And despite her being, well, the idea was to her be the main villain. She is not even the lamest villain in the movie. It is some other guy.
Yeah. that the movie
who
focuses
talks.
on a lot more.
Yes, and who is very lame, even through his acting, because he's only got one little facial expression and one way of delivering things, and
Aren't
it's
I so damn smug and, and cute,
hey, what's up,
quirky?
dude? Yes, and I guess he got a nice stuff out of it because I didn't like him, but not in a good way where I'm like, I hate this person. They're such good at playing a villain. No, it's just you're annoying. Get out of this movie.
Yeah. We'll say this movie has no right being as good as it is.
No, no, I guess not.
It
Oh,
really doesn't.
I guess it depends on the matter of how good we think the movie is. You and I.
Yeah. I feel like
It's me.
it's yeah.
I'm like,
I think
yeah,
we're a little different on here. Yeah,
yeah.
we're a bit different. Yeah. Because
By all means, it should.
I quite enjoyed this movie.
Yeah, by all means, I guess it should stuck. Really, I
I
guess,
mean,
right?
yeah, 40 years after the original. Like, that's very rarely a story that ends well.
It should suck by all means, I suppose. But no, it
Also,
doesn't
considering
suck.
modern Tim Burton.
Yeah. Yeah, but I can't say it was a sucky time. It was fun. It's got a, like I said, a fun cast of characters. Even some of the extras and some other more, I guess, temporary characters that just show up for here and there. Willem Dafoe's character is my favorite character in the movie because of the
Yeah,
constant joke.
constant joke that he's an actor
An
who
actor.
played like crappy action heroes and he's still doing that as a PI in the afterlife.
Oh man, and the coffee joke is so good.
Yeah. There's so many
The coffee
great
every
visual
time.
gags and jokes in this movie. It's a laugh a minute kind of movie.
Yeah.
Like that one lady we had in the theater who was definitely high.
Oh my gosh, she was on something. She was on that Beetlejuice.
Yeah. She was most definitely high.
Oh yeah, I
I
wanted
think
some
we
of
all.
that.
I think yeah. I think we want what you're having a little bit. Yeah. Michael
Yeah.
Keaton didn't miss a fucking step.
No, man.
Yeah. He's great,
He's great in the movie.
and I'm glad he was used sparingly. Still, he isn't in it as much as you would think he would be in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not as good as the first movie, obviously.
No shit.
It was probably never going to be.
Yeah, that
But
is a no shit right there.
no shit. You knew it wasn't gonna be.
Yeah.
So why even bother thinking about it, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, with that, it is a surprise. It is a good time. This movie. It feels like a throwback to the past. Watching it, you know.
Yeah. And it's kind of the opposite member berries, like Alien. Like it,
Yeah.
because it
It is the
doesn't
opposite.
actually have that many of the member berries. Like it does have the member berries,
Of course,
but it
yeah.
kind of feels like just like little side distractions. That's not
Yeah,
like the
but
whole point of the movie.
exactly. They are in a self-indulgent or straight up getting in the way of the plot for the sake of it, you know.
Not that this
Eh,
movie, not that this movie has much plot,
no, not really.
but yeah. It's a very shallow movie, but it's a really fun time.
And hey,
yeah, it's really enjoyable.
this movie also does come up with a better way to not show an actor who can't really be shown in movies anymore.
Very different reason than
Yeah,
the
very
Alien Romulus reason
yeah, very different reason. But like you know,
that I shouldn't be laughing about because it's a serious matter.
it is, but it is funny how they do it in this movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And the escalation of that joke is really funny.
yeah. So hey, good for them. Good for them on that.
Yeah. This movie has a lot of practical effects too,
True.
and it's kind of distracting, but in a good way.
Yes.
Like the obsession over keeping everything practical is worth noting.
Hey, I'm not sure it was everything. That fucking shot where they were falling down.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no, I'm referring to the snake.
Oh yeah, the snake. Oh, the snake. Yeah.
That
fucking
snake was
shit.
not real. That snake was not. There's no way that snake wasn't CG.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of agree with pretty much everything you said. I just liked it a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gave it an 8. I don't know if I would continue with that score, but yeah.
I'm at a 6.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
yeah,
want a third movie. I don't
no.
want a third movie.
Oh, but you're getting it probably.
We're probably gonna get it, but I don't want it. I don't want it.
No,
But I think we're gonna get it probably.
I mean, we hardly even needed this one, really. But
No, we really didn't. But they wanted to
still
make this one for so long that it was like eventually we were gonna get it because they'd been trying for a very long time.
what was it they said? We were waiting for Jenna Ortega to be born.
That was what Tim Burton said as a joke, like a kind of like a jest. But no, the idea for a long time was to do a straight up sequel or do what was initially called Beetlejuice in Hawaii.
What?
Yeah, look it up. It's actually an interesting thing to look into. It's the amount of ideas that they had for Beetlejuice 2.
That sounds straight to a DVD movie.
It does sound a little Scooby Doo-ish. Not gonna lie to you.
Beetlejuice in Hawaii, really?
Yeah. No, that's real. Look that shit up, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Moving on there from Beetlejuice, we can talk about Speak No Evil. So Speak No Evil is this damn trailer was haunting me forever.
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Yeah. I really don't know what to say about Speak No Evil. Oh, I hated the trailer for this movie. It just kept appearing, and I hated watching it, and it kind of convinced me that I thought the movie was going to be terrible. The movie's not bad. I liked it.
No. Hey.
This movie is unique in that its thrills come from innate moments of uncomfortability and cringe, where you're put in these like uncomfortable conversations that these characters have with each other, and you're just forced to stay there. And you're kind of just like, I don't want to watch this actually. Can we move on? And it's like, no, you're gonna sit here. And that was like, I liked that about the movie because it allowed the tension to come through that way, as opposed to the natural means of like, what if we did a scary thing right now? And instead it's, what if you just didn't like having to sit here and watch this conversation? And that was what made the movie enjoyable for a while, because it was following a logical sense of path. And when the movie should have naturally ended about 45 minutes in, it didn't.
Oh.
And this movie finds the most flimsy way to justify the next 45 minutes. And let me tell you, those next 45 minutes just lost me. It becomes a typical thriller by the end of it, and in the only way that I can describe as typical American tension relief of self-defense violence. So,
Say again?
typical American tension relief of self-defense violence.
Huh.
Because Americans sure do love violence and self-defense. Because this film is a remake of a Swedish film, I believe, that only came out a couple years ago. So they remade a movie that came out a couple years ago.
Not uncommon.
Not super uncommon, but it is weird. And from what I understand, the original film had the same problems as this one, where it just terribly justified its extra 45 minutes.
But hey, is it as long?
It's about as long, yeah.
Well, hey, at
This
least
movie's
it's not
almost 2 hours.
Hey, at least it's not American self-defense violence. It's a Swedish self-defense violence.
I believe that, from what I understand, that movie doesn't end in violence, as far as I know.
Doesn't?
But I don't know. I've never seen it. Yeah, I've not seen it. I didn't even know it was a remake until after I watched this one.
No, I didn't know until you mentioned it either. Like, what?
Yeah, I did not know that this was a remake until after I saw it. Yeah, I think what kind of holds us up is that first half, where it's really like settling in on that tension, and in part it's because of James McAvoy, how good he is in this movie. because he's fucking great, man. He sold every single word.
He even booked up for it. Look at him.
Yeah. But the movie's just is far from perfect in so many ways, and it's unfortunate because I think it was really leading on with good. For me, it was in its good graces with me, and then it just let it all go, and I was like, not really into that. Because it just kind of becomes a typical home invasion thriller at the end, and I'm like, oh, but I've seen that before. And you're not doing anything different. Yeah. But you know what? On the bright side, I don't have to see that trailer anymore. Yeah, 6 out of 10. I was not big on this movie at all. But I did like it. I did like it, but I wasn't huge on it. I was surprised that it was any good, to be honest with you. Yeah. All right, going on from there, we have My Old Ass, which is a film that I did talk to you, I think, a little bit about.
Yeah, a little bit.
I loved this movie, honestly. I quite loved it. It's another coming of age movie, but this time is the story of I believe, an 18-year-old woman who just turned 18, and as her last little trip before she goes off to college, she goes to the woods with her friends and has a little bit of mushrooms. And during her mushroom trip, she is visited by her 39-year-old self, played by Aubrey Plaza, and who they refer to as My Old Ass in the film. And Aubrey Plaza starts kind of handing off warnings to her younger self, like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Right? Do this, don't do this. And the film is essentially about this young woman kind of understanding the fleetingness of life a little bit, and learning to appreciate the things around her, and to not be such a dick, and to feel everything, and accept everything as being fleeting, but valuable because in part it's fleeting. And it's a really solid film. I thought it was just it's short. It's not even an hour and a half. Like it's real short. It gets to the point. And I think it has a lot of really like fun, cute moments, as well as like the typical coming of age cringe moments. But I think it really works here because it's the actors are so good at selling it. The lead actress here is apparently a first timer. Like this is her first performance, and I was blown away. I was like, "How is this your first time?" But whatever. Good on you, I guess. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. This was a really solid movie. I don't really have a whole lot to say. I think it's really, really good. I really quite liked it. Didn't really have anything negative to say. Good film. I went with a 10 on it.
A 10, yeah. But you didn't seem to talk about it much that you did with Didi. I mean, not much of it, just like
There really wasn't a whole lot to say, to be honest with you. It was just good.
Okay.
Yeah, I really, really quite liked it. Also, hello, Sebastian.
Hello.
Did
I didn't have anything to say about the movie that was on the screen, so I just wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah.
It does.
Did you leave Eric in the chat by himself?
I don't know why he's still in there. I think he fell asleep at his desk.
That can't be comfortable.
Calling out.
Well, he shouldn't do that, considering it's his first month on the job. But yeah. Anyway.
Actually, tomorrow marks the first day of his second month on the job.
Right.
Just made it.
Yeah. From there on, we can go to Transformers 1. Oh, funny. Perfect timing, Sebastian.
I saw that movie.
Perfect timing. Where are we at here? So yeah, you guys can go for it before I just suck this movie's dick for like 20 minutes.
I like it a lot, and I want to watch it again. I was talking to Eric about how I wanted to watch it again.
I own it digitally now, and I might buy it again in another digital retailer.
We need to make Hunter watch it. And everybody should make everybody they know watch it, is what I think. Just so I can get another one.
Spread the good word.
The word of the Lord.
Yeah. The word of Primus. I guess we should preface this. All three of us are, I would say, pretty big Transformers fans. Yeah. And we've been continuously fucked in the ass with by this franchise for a very long time.
Yeah, but I'd say I have slightly less tolerance for it than you guys do, because you guys still, like, accept watching the fourth and fifth movie, whereas I just won't watch them. And this movie is still really, really good.
That makes you a fake fan. How dare you miss the masterpieces that are the fourth and fifth movie?
Nasty.
I can't believe you managed to utter those words. I felt the hesitation on that one. I felt a little bit of hesitation. It wasn't as much as the fourth movie, but as soon as you said the fifth movie, like you didn't even want to say that about the fifth movie. You were like, "Oh God, why are you making me say this?"
Yeah, I hate the fourth movie, but like the fifth movie was like, "Oh, the fifth one last night." Man.
Also, I think it's worth noting this movie looked like dog shit. This movie looked awful from the trailer.
What do you mean? I had extra marketing. That's why I made so much money.
The marketing just didn't exist. Number one, and then the little marketing that they did do just didn't sell the movie at all. It looked terrible.
It made it look like a little kids movie.
Yeah.
Like Paw Patrol, Transformers.
Yikes.
Well, like so they showed all the Bumblebee scenes, which were just like he was like the more like dumbed down like kid-like character. So if all you see are his scenes, you're just gonna assume, oh, this is like for my 7-year-old or 6-year-old kid. Which, I mean,
it's kind of in ways, yeah. A child can watch this movie. You're gonna have to talk to them a little bit after because they might not have liked watching, some of the things that go down in this movie.
Oh, they probably did.
But
it's not like the original.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Fair enough. Yeah, the first 10 minutes of the 86 movie where you watch all the characters you love get murdered horrendously. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's safe to say, at least in my opinion, this movie proved, at least me, dead fucking wrong.
I love
this movie so much. I love this movie to every fiber in my core. I don't know what it is about this movie. I've seen it 4 times now. 3 times in the theaters, once at home. I adore this fucking movie so much.
I also think the sequel will be better because I think like the scenes at the very end were like a lot cooler than some of the scenes towards the beginning, and they were more creative and interesting. And then they could, use that more in the sequel. Trying to spoil it.
Yeah, because not many people saw this movie, unfortunately.
Nope. Yeah. Didn't Venom already beat it as of?
Let's not talk about that. Let's not mention
Halloween.
Let's not talk about it. We're not there yet. Yeah, Ernest, you're a little quiet. What do you think about Transformers 1?
Oh, I really liked it. It was a surprisingly really good time for a movie franchise that really has a good movie. That's like just 2 good ones, and that's it. And that's been the case for many years now.
I wish it followed Bumblebee instead. Like,
instead of Rise of the Beast.
Yeah.
Instead of Rise of the Beast, we get this.
Because I feel like Bumblebee brought a lot of goodwill.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
You'd be surprised how many people like Rise of the Beast.
I mean, but I feel like more people probably like Bumblebee, but
Yeah,
that's
of
not the movie we're
course.
talking about, so I won't get on that too much.
Yeah,
But as you were saying,
yeah. Transformers was a surprising good time. I'm not crazy in love with it as a Transformers movie because I just have like certain pet peeves. And, I don't know, like little personal grievances about the movie and how it does the Transformers lore. In general, I just prefer certain ways of it being told. But this is stuff is not a bad interpretation of telling the origin of the Autobots and Decepticons. Mainly it's just Orion Pax and D16.
Yeah.
Not a bad way of doing it. Pretty creative actually. It helps make their connection stronger if since that is the goal throughout the movie and then through the end.
Yeah.
They those two themselves carry the movie as a whole. It wouldn't be the same without them. Especially with someone like Bumblebee uh along the worst part of the fucking movie. I hate this version of Bumblebee.
I was very
Terrible.
surprised with Chris Hemsworth. I
Yeah.
did not think I would be able to like accept it, but he did it really well.
Yeah. He was a fine Orion Pax and Optimus Prime. He's not Peter Cullen, and he never
No,
will be. But yeah, I thought he was fine. I think the real standout here is Brian Tyree Henry as D16 slash Megatron.
definitely, yeah. But I didn't really have like doubts as much about him going in.
I did a little bit, just because I'm so used to Frank Welker.
Mm.
Uh, and in my own personal, like, would prefer to hear Frank Welker because that's just what I'm used to, what I've grown up on.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I think Brian Tyree Henry did a really great job. He sells it
Oh,
for the
yeah,
whole
he was definitely
time.
the best
He
one.
was he was the best out of the whole voice cast, and it's not even like it's a bad voice cast. Like they all do pretty good jobs. I like John Hamm as Sentinel Prime a lot. He's
Mm.
fucking nuh-uh. I don't know if I told you, Sebastian, but there was a tweet that was like, Transformers 1 may have the single best use of nuh-uh in a movie ever. Where fucking Bumblebee's like, none of that is true. Nuh-uh. Yeah, sorry, you were saying, Ernest?
Yeah, no, I guess that's it for now. I mean, Bumblebee sucks. There we go. Didn't like him. Didn't like him.
Yeah.
Made the movie worse with his silly jokes.
Yeah, they could have toned him down a bit.
Could have
No,
shut him up a few times.
yeah, no, they could have changed the actor, changed his character.
Well, I did
Uh,
see like there was like an interview and they said that they were talking about Bumblebee and they were talking about how much he talks and he's like, well, because in the story he hasn't lost his voice yet.
you don't have to have him lose the
So
voice every time. Then that's the Michael Bay invention, right? For fuck's sake.
well, I mean, it's
I mean, are you
probably
saying, are you
it's
opposed to
kind of just a
watching this
thing.
Bumblebee get his vocal cords ripped out?
Absolutely, I am. But you don't have to make him annoying.
Okay.
Well, that's how they don't make him annoying.
You
He
just
can't talk
shut him. You
anymore.
shut him up forever.
But Bumblebee isn't annoying.
Not for long.
Uh, I'd rather him just die. Instead, how about that?
Like a
I don't
horrible
think they'll
death.
do that.
Yeah, I mean, they've already killed Bumblebee like so many times, so I might as well do it again. This one seems justifiable. Might as well.
Yeah, I've already said it. I adore this movie so much. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. It is in many ways the kind of Transformers movie I've wanted to see since I was a kid. Something that pays more respect to this franchise as a whole and actively shows its love and care throughout every fiber of it. Through its animation, which is great. It looks incredible. The character acting was all really great. The action scenes are all very, very good. Very creative in the way it uses like the transformations. There's a lot of that in this movie where characters use their transformations to aid into the action.
Yeah, there was a part where Optimus like ripped a dude in half.
Yeah, by using his transformation sequence, which is like
Yeah.
that I was like, whoa, that's a different one. Haven't seen that one before.
What a psychopath.
You know, dude's
I
a fucking psycho for that.
I assume they were able to be a little bit more creative with this one compared to the Michael Bay ones, because I have to imagine it was easier to animate these ones transforming than the Bay ones.
Maybe because they don't have to rely on the realism of like these truck parts have to go here.
Not realism, and they're more like less moving parts.
Yeah. Like in the live action movies, you probably wouldn't see them having like flat faces with like organic moving metal.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean the action got to be more bombastic?
Yeah. Yeah, they got to do more with the transforming parts.
Yeah. Like I don't like maybe you can definitely do it in a live action movie, but you wouldn't see like in the Bay movies watching like Optimus use his transformation to push his head back in so he doesn't get shot in the face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they did things that were probably like physically impossible, so that it wouldn't be in Michael Bay's. Whereas they work in this because it's not live action, so you can just this isn't real.
But for me, what made this so enjoyable and what's made it like a great rewatch for me is just watching the relationship develop between Orion Pax and D16, how that relationship builds and then crumbles as the reveals in the story are made. I thought were really well done, and it gives the film great push as it goes on, where you start to you know where it's gonna go. There's no denying where it's gonna go. You know that from the start. But when it gets to the end, you do feel something for that relationship now being torn apart and torn asunder, because you've not grown with them, but you've watched this. You've seen the relationship at the start, how good friends they are, how much for lack of a better word, love they had for each other, and then watching that deteriorate and go away as time goes on, and as everything they learn in the movie goes through. That stuff just really works through. I mean, it's Transformers First Class. What can I say? And I love First Class, and I love Transformers 1. So it's
that is a good description of it.
I like that shit. And yeah, I think this movie leaves enough open, and it's like I said, it does, because I hope it gets a sequel. I really hope it does, but it leaves enough open to explore like this new universe a lot more, and to go into more like the Quintessons and stuff, and explore that until like you get to the full Cybertronian War. That stuff I think is all left pretty open, and I think could be really interesting going forward.
I feel like there's no way it doesn't get a sequel with even just the like Transformers hype guy on Twitter.
Yeah,
but they gotta see that guy. They gotta just make a sequel just for him.
Yeah, I don't know, because unfortunately now this movie is on digital. It was number 1 on the iTunes charts for like 2 hours, and then immediately got dethroned by Deadpool and Deadpool Beetlejuice, and I think Alien Romulus overtook it as well. And now Joker is just steamrolling it digitally, because now that's up digitally. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't really have too much more to say without going on forever. Ernest, where are you at on this, like score wise?
I'm at an 8.
Ooh,
that's
higher than I thought.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot.
Yeah. Sebastian?
That's probably where I was gonna put it too.
Yeah,
like an 8.5.
Yeah, I was at an 8.5. I do 0.5s. Yeah. I'm at a 8.5 for Transformers 1. Yeah. I like this movie so much, it made me rewatch those Michael Bay movies again. And then rewatched Rise of the Beasts, which was not a fun experience.
I'd say it's good, and it makes me want to watch like the other ones again. But I will say I'm more excited for like a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like where they could go would be really cool.
Yeah.
Miss you, I just won that game already.
The reactivate.
Yeah. Whenever
Where
we
is
get
that
anything
game?
from it. For fuck's sake.
God, please give me Transformers reactivate. All right. From there, we move on to his three daughters, which only
Oh
you saw,
shit.
Ernest.
This is all me, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I have not seen this
Alright.
yet. I do want to watch it though.
No, I'm surprised you haven't. All right,
Yeah.
so History Daughters uh was a movie that I wasn't particularly really expecting much from. I really just saw the cast and the concept, read the synopsis on it or whatever, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, this is interesting." And then I saw it. What I experienced was a really heartwarming story uh about reconnecting and dealing with loss, dealing with being far from home and trying to reconcile with everything happening from people that you've been disconnected with for so long. And it's about how even loss itself can bring people together, despite it being such a bad thing that can happen. And seeing these three women right here acting their asses off in a great way while trying to each deal with it in their own way. And yeah, I quite liked it. I thought it was a really good movie actually. From the acting, the performances, the writing, to even the way that it was shot. It's a very almost claustrophobic type of movie because it mostly takes place in one little apartment that that holds a lot of
Baggage.
years, yeah, baggage, or should I say years of experience, like years of history in there. There's a lot that's happened in there between the three of them and their dad.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, their dad isn't dead yet
Yeah,
in the movie.
he's going. Yeah, he's
Yeah, yeah,
going
yeah. They are older to take care of him,
in his
getting
in
ready
his
for that moment to come.
yeah.
And yeah, it all just leads to basically moments of misunderstanding of what someone might have thought of one another, of each other. Those three daughters, how they remember their father, how they all dearly loved him and understood him, but how they themselves didn't understand each other that well, and how the moment right there is gonna bring them all together for to a certain moment. And yeah, I thought it was a really great movie. Probably my favorite of the year so far.
Yeah.
I I highly recommend it.
Yeah, it's on the Netflix list. I gotta
Yeah,
get through other
it's
crappy Netflix movies first.
yeah, dude, it's got a, not gonna spoil it, but it's got a really great scene involving a character.
Yeah. I heard there's something with the father that like fucking makes the movie like wrap around neatly or nicely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. How do I put it? Let me put it in a way where it's like you want to tell someone this, but in a way you
Mm-hmm.
can't because of a certain situation.
Mm.
Think of it that way, and see how it
Oh,
happens, and
okay.
it'll probably hit you very hard
Yeah.
once you see it happen. You know?
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, very good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it a 9, straight 9.
Damn. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah. Look at that. That's good shit. All right.
it is good.
Okay. Well, I guess we can go on from there to The Substance, which I saw.
Oh, that's what I want to see. Damn.
Yeah, it's on digital now, so you know, do what you gotta
Hey.
do. But yeah, so The Substance is fan fucking tastic. So if you haven't heard of The Substance, the movie is about this aging Hollywood star. She used to be the talk of the town, the most popular actor, and then as she got older, she got relegated to doing a fitness television show, where she there's like those workout shows that you would find back in like the 80s and stuff. This film does take place in modern day. It doesn't take place in the 80s. So yeah, she's this aging actress who does that, and she's now that she's hit a certain age, which I believe is 50. I believe she's supposed to be 50. She's immediately dumped by the television corporation, and for being too old and being out of date and not being pretty enough and being old and stuff and all that. What you would think. And at this moment, she hears of this substance, which essentially the thing that the selling point is that what if you could be younger again? What if you could be younger, more attractive, better in every way? Well, here's this substance. And what it does is it essentially creates a person out of you using your own fluids from your body. It essentially splits your cells in two and creates another person. Not an exactly identical version of you, or not even like an identical version of you. It just creates a better you. This person has their own like identity practically, but you are like, as this, I picked this picture because that is this crux of this thing. Remember, you are one. There are rules to this substance. There are certain rules you have to follow, certain procedures, and as we know in every movie that contains rules, you just want to see them shits broken. You want to see how do things fuck up when you don't adhere to the rules. And in that way, this movie is that. This movie is an incredible examination of the terrible beauty standards and expectations of women in Hollywood, as well as being a darkly funny and deeply disturbing body horror film with incredible performances from its two leads. That would be Miss Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley, were both incredible in this movie. Fantastic. For me, the movie's 2 hours and 21 minutes. It feels it. Especially towards the end there, it gets, in my opinion, gets a little out of hand, but also a lot of people, I have been told that that's kind of part of the idea, that you're supposed to feel this certain way about it, and it's leading into a message at the end that it's hitting a lot of people very hard. Some people are finding it deeply saddening and disturbing and practically like emotional. Also, people are kind of considering it to be kind of campy and jovial. I'm kind of somewhere in the latter of the two. I understand the message behind it. I understand how sad it's supposed to be, but also it's presenting it in a very campy way. So I can't help but see it in that way as well. But as it is, I don't really have too much to say. It's just a really, really great film. The script is fantastic. It's all put together, shot really well. It's acted incredibly. It's way too long, in my opinion, but as it is, I thought it was a fantastic movie. I was at a 9 out of 10 for it. I thought it was great. Nice. I saw this as a double feature with something else, and it was whiplash. I'll tell you that much. Going from this to the next movie that I watched.
I heard some comparisons to The Fly.
Definitely, it's very Cronenberg-esque. Oh yeah, that is an apt comparison. It's definitely going for that level of like body horror that you like.
Which is funny. I also saw The Fly in like 2 days.
Oh shit!
First time too. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. No, this is right up your alley then. If you liked The Fly, yeah.
Oh, I loved The Fly. Holy shit, that was so good. Can't believe it took me so long to watch that movie.
Yeah. Going on from the substance, the next movie I watched the same day was The Wild Robot. Hey, and The Wild Robot is incredible.
Oh my god, I gotta watch that one also. Shit.
It is so good. I am at a loss for words for how good it is.
Even still, I'm at a loss for words.
You don't even understand. This is Puss in Boots' Last Wish level good. Honestly, I'd say it's better. So Wild Robot is directed by one Chris Sanders. That name is important. Chris Sanders used to work at Disney, and you know what Chris Sanders did? Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah,
he did Lilo and Stitch. And then
Also
when he
don't
left
like
Disney
it.
after how horribly he was treated over there, he went and did How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh shit.
Yeah. He went and wrote and directed How to Train Your Dragon. Co-directed How to Train Your Dragon. Dean DeBlah also directed How to Train Your Dragon. Then he went from that, did The Croods. We don't have to talk about The Croods. But then he goes from there, takes a dip, goes and does a live action movie that we don't have to talk about. Call of the Wild.
Yeah, the dog one.
Yeah, with the CG dog. And now he's back with The Wild Robot. He's back at DreamWorks doing The Wild Robot, which he wrote and directed, based off of a book. Never read the book. But this movie is immaculate. It is perfect. I have no notes. It is stunningly animated. The writing is superb. It's emotional without feeling manipulative. And it all feels earned. It does all the things that you would expect it to, but it does it at such a supreme level. Like, it's so good. Everything just clicks together perfectly. It has the right level of darkness to it too, that like kids will not necessarily appreciate, but adults will. It has great messaging and theming about found family and motherhood and stuff like that. It's fantastic. It's so good. Like, it's just
Where is it in the DreamWorks list for like?
That's top tier DreamWorks
like
right there.
top
That's easily
10,
top 5
top.
DreamWorks. That's got to be like top 10, top 5 DreamWorks easily.
Even is it reaching top 3?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Need to rewatch
But
some of them.
it's easily top 10 Pixar. Easily, maybe even top 5.
That's good.
Yeah. And yeah, no. Adore this movie. If Didi didn't exist, this would be my favorite movie of the year. This would be, in my opinion, the best movie of the year. I gave this a 10. Like, I was so stunned by it when it was done. I was like, wow. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. I literally own it digitally now. So if you want to watch it, like, in the next 2 days, I'm so down.
Quick enough, huh?
Yeah. Well, that was actually because, fun fact, that was because my sister, she got impatient because she wanted to watch it and she didn't get a chance to see it in theaters. And she wanted to watch it real bad, so she literally sent me the money to buy it.
Give me that shit.
Yeah. A fantastic film. Go watch it. Just do it. Just watch it. You literally lose nothing by watching it. In fact, you gain something.
Just stop watching this video and just watch it. Go
Yeah,
ahead and watch it.
Yeah, do that. Thank you for watching this far.
Thank you for watching. Yeah, then bye.
Yeah, thanks. But no, go watch The Wild Robot. Yeah, no. God, it was so good. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Moving on, we're gonna go from there to fuck me.
You were supposed to tell him to come back after.
Yeah, come back while we talk about Joker Folie doo-doo.
There you go.
Yeah. Joker Folie doo. Wow.
But this movie was better.
What can I say?
It's good. We know you like it.
I don't though.
So you want to just let it out.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
What?
I don't like it.
Don't?
Joker Folie doo. Pretentious ass title. It's a struggle of a movie, because on one hand, I admire how blatant this movie is. I truly do. I admire how much of a fuck you it is. But on the other hand, it's a giant fuck you. And it does it in a way where I feel like there were other ways you could have done this without sacrificing your character. Because this movie decides to... Alright, I got a rant saved. Alright, so y'all already know what this movie does, right? I'm not preaching to the choir here.
He dies. He gets stabbed, and then he collapses on the ground and dies. Well,
Like a
I'm
real Joker.
well, they laugh at him.
Yeah. So this movie, so Todd Phillips decided to go out and say that Arthur was never the Joker.
Right.
As this movie does, tends to point out. Because this movie's about sensationalism. It's about how no one really gave a shit about Arthur's mental state. They all just wanted to see the Joker. It's meant to be, reflecting of the audience, receiving the perceived wrong message from Todd Phillips' first Joker film, where people seem to care more about the sensationalism of the, you get what you fucking deserve without understanding the point. And I get that. I understand that. I get what this movie's about. I understand that's what it's critiquing. That's what it's going for. Everything in the movie is reflecting that in every way possible. I get it. I'm not that stupid. What I'm getting at here is that Todd Phillips wants to say he is not the Joker. You want to know what he wrote in his script for Joker 1? After Arthur paints the blood smile on his face, he wrote into the script, he is now ascending into the Joker.
No, but he's still not the Joker.
I mean, they fucked it up. They already had him kill Bruce Wayne's parents. So, bro,
So he's Joe Chill the whole time.
it's too late.
Like, it's... And I understand what they were trying to do with the Harley character. Oh, sorry, not the Harley character. Lee. Fuck you. She's still Harleen Quinzel. Like, her name is still Harleen Quinzel. I don't know why they don't just call her Harley. I don't know why she has to have the nickname of Lee.
Because it's unrealistic.
Shut up.
So she doesn't get that till later.
Yeah.
Only
But she's not Harley
that.
Quinn. She's not Harley Quinn. She's an audience surrogate for a person who does not give a fuck about Arthur's mental state. He gives a fuck. She does not care that he's Arthur Fleck. She cares that he's the Joker. And she wants the Joker. And as soon as he says he's not, and he reveals, yeah, I am just Arthur Fleck. It's just me. I did all these things. It's just me. She goes, nah, don't care for you. And I get it. I get the point. I get it. It's all said and good.
I thought you were based.
Yeah, it literally is the fucking Huey on the boat. Like, I thought you were based as... He's like, fucking, I'm based in Redpool. You're just a made a cuck. Like, that's basically what it is.
How could you do this? I thought you were base, but it turns out that you're just cringe.
But it's just... It all just has this feeling of mean-spiritedness and just genuine spite to it. It does feel like it's just a... Look at me, you didn't get my art film. You only saw this comic book movie. Fuck that shit. You're getting this. You get what you fucking deserve.
I mean, bro, whatever. I'm the one sabotaging in my career. Go ahead. All power to you. All the power to you, buddy.
It's just such a...
Bob
it
Kane.
doesn't... Yeah, it makes it had one idea, and they ran with it. So much to the point where the musical aspects kind of get lost in it. It's very sporadic. The musical numbers never feel... I mean, they are like one of the better parts of the movies. I did actually like that. But it feels very just sporadically thrown in there. Sometimes there's a long distance between the musical numbers. Sometimes it's one after the other. And the film is just really wonkily paced that way. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes or some shit. Like, it is a drag. It takes a long... It is very hard to watch at times. Yeah, Joker gets diddied. Arthur gets diddied. I don't know what to say.
Yay. Just what I wanted. That my Joker movie.
It's a very depressing, pointless movie that, like, it's just... It had some things going for it, and I appreciate its gall to even do what it does and do it so confidently. But it's just... it ends up feeling very... it feels like a fuck you. And to that I go, okay, man,
I
cool.
mean, fuck you too.
Fuck you too, I guess. Like I don't know what I did. I got the point of your little art movie, all right? But whatever. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm sure if and when you guys watch it, you'll have more to say. I'm at a 4.5. I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not Omega hater on this movie like other people are. I don't think it's like this travesty. I've seen worse. I watched Borderlands this year. I watched Madam Web. All right, I can handle a joke or two.
Well, these are mean-spirited.
Yeah. Well, I'd argue Borderlands is.
No, they tried.
Did they?
Randy tried.
Fuck Randy Pitchford. Fuck Randy Pitchford. That guy can rot. Fuck Randy Pitchford.
At least Borderlands is doing it accidentally, like saying "fuck you" accidentally, while Joker's doing it on purpose. Which, I mean, yeah, I get to that point.
I kind of appreciate the "fuck you" on purpose. I'm not gonna lie to you. I appreciate the balls. I'll say that. I appreciate the balls.
I would understand you being spiteful to your own audience.
Yeah, but you could be spiteful and make a good movie.
True, you could, but they did not do that by the looks of it.
No, they didn't. But appreciate the set of balls of you to flip me off to my face. And to that,
and ask for money.
And to ask for my money.
Flip you off and ask you for your money.
Yeah,
that's
fine.
To that I say, I flip you back, sir.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna give it to you. I'm just gonna pirate you like you deserve.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone else to buy it.
I'm not buying it. Actually, I might buy it.
Well, there you go. I might.
That says too much about me. All right. Anyway, moving on.
You're a masochist.
I am the problem. I am the problem. Yeah. All right. Moving on. We'll go from that to Saturday night. So Saturday night takes place during the hour and a half before the first ever airing of SNL. And it was a solid movie. I liked it, actually. I liked it quite a bit. I don't like many things about it, though. I think the film is moderately funny, but it's got a lot of high tension to it because it is just everything is a mess. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong. So
it's as funny as Saturday Night Live can be right now.
Yeah, that goes without saying. The actors are hard carrying it immensely, because the biggest problem here is that the film decides to use the storytelling approach of telling it in real time, and because it's all telling it in real time, they need to cram so many events into this hour and a half time frame, and it leaves all of the characters feeling like impersonations rather than actual interpretations.
Yeah, I was gonna wonder, like, if it's just retelling retelling an event that took place, for that long. How much do you need to cram in? Just do what they did in the past, Yeah.
But there's so much that happened in that time frame that they're trying to work it all in and try to make some kind of narrative at it. And right, they did their best, and I think it works mostly. But the problem is that the characters, outside of Lorne Michaels, played by Gabriel LaBelle, excellently, by the way, he's the only character that gets anything at all. So he's the only character that feels like the most multifaceted, and because we spend the most time with him. But otherwise, a lot of the characters feel very thin and feel more like impersonations than actual characters, which is fine. Which is not fine, but it's mostly okay because the actors are doing damn good impersonations. In particular, the actor playing Chevy Chase was incredible. Like, that guy nailed Chevy Chase. Dylan O'Brien as Dan Aykroyd is also great. The guy who played George Carlin in this movie was perfect. The guy had the right George Carlin energy. The guy playing Jim Henson was funny. There are all sorts of like really interesting like characters that were all running around, but a lot of them feel just super unimportant and don't feel like they have really any stake in the narrative. I know a common criticism of SNL back in the day was the underutilization of their many great female comics. This film kind of elaborates on the problem, as many of its female cast just aren't featured very heavily and don't get anything to do.
Yeah, now they use too many actors.
There's just too many actors here, too many characters.
I was say now they use too many female actresses.
And they just don't utilize them enough. I think the only one that really gets anything is Rachel Sennett, who's very good, and she gets some stuff to do, but it's not much. It's like breadcrumbs versus a loaf.
Damn.
Yeah. All that being said, I still quite enjoy the movie. I think it's a good movie. It's solid, but it's just because of its storytelling device that they chose to use, it limits what they can tell, and it also forces them to cram a lot in. And in doing so, it feels like a very not unfocused, but just a little narratively thin movie. That feels like it's you kind of have to be in the know to get a lot of it, and unfortunately, I'm not in the know. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. Not the greatest movie. I gave it a 7.5. This was one of my more anticipated movies of the year, and it was not what I was hoping it would be.
But it wasn't a shit stinker.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, I quite liked it. Okay, moving on from there, we have The Apprentice. So, The Apprentice is the Donald Trump biopic that almost didn't come out. Yeah.
Did Trump not want it to come out?
No, Trump did not want it to come out, which is really funny because this movie's super toothless and would have done literally no damage to him whatsoever. Yeah. So this movie is not necessarily the story of Donald Trump. More so, it is the story. It's more of a Frankenstein's monster kind of story, where the guy on the left there, Roy Cohn, I think his name was Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn, yeah, is the man that Donald Trump took, was kind of brought under his wing and was taught everything he knew about deals and business and the shady side of it. And you can see how Trump wanted that kind of power, that respect, that ability to just walk in a room with his dick out and just flap it everywhere.
Power.
Yeah. And it's kind of this it's this reflection of oh, look at the monster we created. And the goal of the film was clearly to humanize Donald Trump. And despite any political opinions that any of us may have, particularly especially me as someone who's talking about the movie right now, despite any political opinions I may have or feelings on the man Donald Trump, if the movie wants to humanize him, fine by me. That's perfectly fine. The film doesn't fully commit to that because it wants to humanize him and kind of show, hey, look how this made him. How did he get this way? It ends up kind of just vilifying him more towards the end, and it feels like a little bit of a lack of commitment to fully going there. And to me, that was a little disappointing.
Could it be that, or could it be the movie's full opinion on him?
I don't know. Because the movie does clearly have an opinion on him, but it also wants to make him a human being. Because they try towards the end to humanize him away, and they give him a little bit more emotion, a little more human, make him give him a little more care. I'll say that. And it feels like a little too late, and it didn't feel like enough. It felt kind of pointless. Yeah, it's not a bad movie by any means. I thought it was a good movie. I did enjoy it. mostly just for Sebastian Stan's performance as Donald Trump. He does all the humanizing for the script because he's just bringing all this humanity to him, but also embodying him in a way that's like it's almost uncanny. There are things that he does with his movements and the way he talks and certain things where it's like, oh shit, yeah, Trump does do that. And that is how he walks and that is how he talks and those are the little things that he does.
He's
So
Trump.
yeah. It's actually funny. In the movie, they mention a couple times how handsome he is, and I'm like, I know what Donald Trump looks like. I know what Donald Trump looked like at that time. Sebastian Stan is a little more handsome than Donald Trump ever was.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, man, really, you pick Sebastian Stan to play Donald Trump?
Yeah, but he does a great job. He does a fantastic job.
Okay, yeah. Sebastian does not have the good face of a great actor.
Yeah, I did enjoy the movie. I thought it was good, but it just lacks some teeth, some bite to it. I think it could have. I think if it could have.
I like the look he's giving him.
Yeah. At that moment, he's very disappointed in him because he's doing a very bad phone call. Yeah. I think right after that, he has to take the phone away from him and be like, "Yeah, no, we'll talk later." Yeah, it just kind of loses its luster a little bit, but it has a really good footing for about the first half to a little hour. I think it's like 2 hours. Yeah, it's 2 hours, and it's about like the first half of it it had the most bite to it, and then after that, it just kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. But I did like it. I was a 7. That's where I'm at with it. A 7. But yeah. Wish I could have liked it a little more. Yeah. From there on, we have Smile 2, a movie I wasn't gonna watch.
But the trailer is just you know,
sure as hell wasn't the trailer.
Oh man, what?
Sure as hell was not the trailer that made me watch this movie.
Didn't convince you to watch the movie. The trailer is the awesome, fantastic I put in every single movie we're watching.
Yeah. It was not the trailer. It was the good word of mouth that was coming from it after it came out. So let me put this into perspective. I don't like the first Smile movie at all. I think it's really silly and really blasé contemporary horror. Was not a fan of it really at all. Its premise was kind of interesting, but wasn't thought out properly. And so you just kind of get a movie it's trying and it's got some good stuff to it. It's technically proficient, but it just kind of lacks a lot of the, it lacks any nuance or anything to it. It's not particularly scary. It's very kind of down or depressing, very hopeless kind of movie, and yeah, I just wasn't into it at all. So I was not excited for Smile 2 because I saw the first movie and I went, yeah, not really into that. But this one getting good praise made me intrigued. So I watched it, all 2 hours and 7 minutes of it.
Damn.
Still thought it sucked. Still was not a fan.
They lied to me.
But it's better than the first movie.
Oh, that's great.
It's better than the first movie. This movie has a problem. In that it's relying really, really hard on Naomi Scott to carry this thing. And she does really good. She does a fantastic job at trying to sell this. And she almost convinced me. This movie has some good parts to it. It's the director really stepped up here from the first movie. He really got more creative. Same director, unfortunately, same writer. Because he's the writer-director. And he really did step up here. He brought a lot more life to it, a lot more creative shots, and a lot more creative horror sequences, a lot it's a lot freakier, a lot scarier than the first movie in a creative way that like actually does make you kind of tense up a bit, and I appreciated that. There was a lot more creativity to it, a lot more intent behind the filmmaking here, and I was like, you know what? Okay, good on you. You stepped it up. Appreciate it. Did a good job here. And as I said, Naomi Scott is fantastic. For me, what really doesn't work here is just the writing, the plot, and the way the film is just dragged the fuck out. Why was this movie 2 hours and 7 minutes? The first movie was like an hour 50, and even that movie was too long. This premise does not support this long of a runtime. And I also just fail to understand the whole concept behind what this demon even is, what this possession even is, because
The Jeopardy demon. Let's put a gun on the face.
Yeah, it's because in the first film it's all mostly psychological. It's all just kind of messing you within your head and kind of exploiting your inner weaknesses and your inner like not regrets but like or your insecurities. It's kind of just like your essentially your inner demons, like what you're holding on to, the shit you've done, and your mental health issues. In this case, Naomi Scott's pop star Sky Riley. She's a troubled pop star. She, a year before the film starts, she got into an unfortunate car accident, which killed her boyfriend at the time in a horrible accident. And she went into rehab for alcoholism and drug abuse. So she's done the rehab, she's reformed, she's out, she's going to therapy, she's doing all the things, and she's preparing for a tour. And that tour is causing a lot of stress. And also, she's not a very good person. And she's struggling with that very, very harshly. And that is kind of the crux, where it's like you're exploring this woman's like mental break and how she's kind of harmed everything in her way, and how that makes her honestly a terrible person. And I don't understand why you would want her to succeed despite her being a bad person.
Well, I guess it's basic empathy. You don't want someone to go through what she's going through with this smiling demon. You know?
Sure. Just, as it goes on, she starts to have less empathy and starts like berating people and doing things that I'm like, why would you do that? Like, why would you berate your backup dancers for just stepping in the wrong place? What are you, Lizzo? Like, I don't know. She, verbally abuses, her mother. She's just not a particularly good person. We've seen examples of that, of like her in toxic relationships. I don't know. I didn't find her character one to want to see succeed, to want to beat this thing. On top of that, and also I just don't know what the fuck this demon does anymore. Because at first it just seemed to be like essentially making you imagine things that aren't really there. Now it's straight up like possessing your subconscious and creating an entire timeline of events that didn't actually happen and making them feel so real that you could have sworn you did them. It like subconsciously loops you forward in time by just taking control of your body entirely.
Very strange.
And also, this film creates a little bit of a history to it, so we know there was at least 7 people that got by the smile demon before. How the fuck does anyone know how to beat this thing?
They just do.
Well, the real answer is you don't.
Oh, you don't?
You don't. The smile demon is a hopeless demon. You get affected by that, you're done. There's no two ways about it. You're done.
You're just cooked.
Yeah. The only way to continue it is to find ways to pass it. That seems to be the only way to get it to pass on is to pass it through somebody. That seems to be the only way.
Cooked. I guess someone has to be cooked.
Yeah. And we see that in the film's opening scene, which everyone is glazing right now, and I think it's shit. Because it makes no fucking sense. The opening scene of this movie is a one take where we're watching somebody try to pass down the smile demon, the smile curse. And it makes no fucking sense. It's a load of horse shit. It's all flashy camera work. But it stops making sense the second they introduce a gun.
A gun?
Yeah. And that happens really early on into the scene. You know, I'm the writing is just really not good here. It makes things very confusing and it's just all just really hopeless and depressing and dour. And the way this one ends, I'm like, I don't even want to see that third movie. I know how that's gonna end.
Is it a third movie?
I'm sure there's gonna be a third movie. The way this one ends, they're not gonna pass up that premise. So yeah, no, I just was not into this at all. It's better than the first movie, but not by much. I give it a 5.5. I just was not a fan of this in the slightest.
Not a terrible rating.
Yeah, not for me. These movies are not for me. Yeah,
not for me, baby.
And from there on, we've got Conclave. So,
fine gentleman and lady.
So Conclave is a film that takes place. So the premise is this. The Pope has died.
Oh no.
The Pope's dead. And in his place they need to find a new Pope. So, and Ralph Fiennes is a cardinal, Cardinal Lawrence, who is currently struggling, grasping his faith. He's also a man who does not want any power in his conclave. He does not want to be the Pope whatsoever. He's very active in telling you that he doesn't want that. He feels like he would be very terrible at it. But many other people in the conclave want that power. They want that. And they want to fight for it. And the whole film is essentially this. Essentially, it's Cardinal Lawrence kind of doing detective work in his conclave, learning all the shady dealings and power moves that have been made in his conclave to get the power, to get the seat of the Pope, and to get there. And it is fantastic. Oh, this was good. This was some good shit. And it was nice to watch after Venom. This was a fantastic movie. It's just so beautifully. This was directed by Edward Berger, who did All Quiet on the Western Front, a film that you quite liked.
I did quite like that movie.
Yeah, it's him. He wrote and directed this, or not wrote it, but he directed this, and it's the same composer who did the music for All Quiet on the Western Front. So the music is fantastic. This film is just so beautifully shot and written. It's so interesting to watch as it moves forward, and every new reveal feels like this, like ooh, I'm interested. I'm even more interested now. I want to see where this goes. It's so deep rooted in its politics and its mystery, as like you're finding out, like, oh, who did this? Who made this shady deal? How did this happen? Why is this happening? Who's this person? What does he want? What does he want to do with the conclave? What does he want to do with the church? And it's just, it's a very wordy, mouthy, dialogue-driven film, and it's just, it's good shit. Good fucking shit.
Good shit.
Yeah, I want to say this is maybe the best cinematography I've seen in a movie this year. Like Dune Part 2 notwithstanding. But Yeah, I know this film looks incredible. There's so many shots that I was like, oh, that's good. Just fantastic film. This movie's all about the reflections of power, what one will do for power, the intoxication of it, and the hypocrisy of people. It's oh, mm, 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 mm. The only real and the only issue I have with it, that's actually a pretty big one. That's the kind of lowering it down a lot. Is a little bit of its ending. So I think it's a very powerful ending, and what it means for the story is incredible. I was like, "Ooh, that's a good one." But it's a little on the nose, and it's not set up particularly well. It's kind of something that's like it's very tiny setup, and then it just comes out of nowhere at the end. So it doesn't feel quite as earned as it should. But but otherwise, it's a it's a good fucking movie, my man. This was some good shit. I'm so glad I watched it. I was so happy when I finished it, and I was like, yes, just what I needed after fucking Venom.
So recommend for sure.
It's a high recommend. 9 out of 10. Fantastic movie. God, I was so happy to watch that shit. Yeah, no, high recommend. And it's 2 hours, and I didn't feel any of it. I didn't feel any of it. But yeah, good one. And our last one up here is Venom: The Last Dance.
Oh man, speaking of which.
Yeah. We all saw this.
Which
we all yapped about it after it was done. Yeah.
Upon thinking about it more, I think it's my least favorite of the three.
Yeah. That's a fair assessment. Yeah.
So strange with me because they're all so shit. So it's kind of like hard to like place them like above the other.
I feel like this was a Venom movie kind of without Venom. Like, they just didn't want him to be Venom, except for the stupidest times possible.
I mean, that's kind of the case with all of them. Because if you remember in Venom, in Let There Be Carnage, Venom shows up around like, well, you get the start of it. First thing you see of Venom is him going to eat some chickens, like he's jumping on buildings, and then after that they separate. Venom is jumping from people to people, and then it's basically after that you get She Venom, and after that you get Venom again in the Carnage fight, and that's really it. There's not a whole lot of Venom in that
The first
movie.
movie doesn't have a lot of Venom either.
No.
You only really get him at like the last 40 minutes.
Yeah. So really.
I mean, he has like a fight at the beginning of this one, and then he's just running away in the end, and that's it. That's like all he does.
No, well, hold on. You get Venom in the beginning with the fight, and then you get Venom again on the plane.
For like a second.
Yeah, and then you get Venom again in the waterfall when the whole chase sequence, and then you get
I'm
Venom
talking
again.
about like when he's like full on.
Yeah, you got him in there when he's full on in the waterfall. He turns on to protect Eddie.
Oh yeah, for the fall.
Yeah, and then you get him again when he's
And then he leaves
dancing.
it.
And you gotta get him again when he's dancing, and you basically get a whole lot of him in the final part.
But that's just him running away.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Can't do much about that. I mean, I guess they gave it some more reason as to why he has to, not transform, and then they justified a little bit when he needed to transform, except when he danced. Fucking hell.
Yeah. The whole final act of this movie only happens because Venom danced. Venom needed to dance.
I don't think there was like a single smart character in this movie.
No.
No.
There was not. Yeah. That's just kind of the Venom movies, though.
Yeah.
They are all quite stupid movies with stupid characters, stupid plots, and all that.
I
I feel like
I remember.
I feel like this one is just you finally we've grown up now with this series, and
I feel like I remember the first two being like at least fun, and this one just was like boring.
You don't have fun with this one?
No, I kind of was bored.
I mean, I think it had just around the same energy that those other
yeah,
two had.
it has the same styling, same vibe, same writer. So nothing really changed on that front.
Yeah. In fact, that has better action.
Yeah, it sure does. It does have the best action of the three.
Okay, I'll give it that. It has the best action. Which,
Yeah. It's saying something.
It is saying something, considering the action in those first movies wasn't very good, except the.
Well, the Carnage and Venom fight at the end of Let There Be Carnage wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad. I was gonna say, except that fight and the highway, the car chase.
The bike chase. The bike chase.
Yeah, that was fun.
Movie. Yeah, that was a fun chase. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. This one is. I do think this is the best of the three. Mostly just because I like the action more, and I think it gets a little more creative with some of its ideas, like trying to hide Venom and Eddie a little more. And I kind of like the way it sort of tried to wrap up, that relationship between Eddie and Venom, and then kind of sunset that a little bit.
Let's say the ending hit me a little bit.
The ending was nice. I was like, oh wow, actual heart.
Yeah,
in the Venom movies. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
A little bit of heart.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I do like these movies. You're right. I do enjoy these stupid, silly fucking movies.
It was oddly touching.
Yeah. It was nice of them. But yeah, I mean, I still think this is a shitty ass movie. Like it's really bad. It's awful, even. But I still enjoyed it. I still liked it. I had a fun time. Like I got what I wanted.
It does suck, but hey.
What are you gonna do?
It is a Venom movie. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? It is really funny that we got 3 Venom movies without Spider-Man.
I'm sure they're really proud of that fact.
I'm sure they're so proud of it.
Guys, we did it. We made so much money without Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Aren't we fucking cool?
It is crazy to think that they just just decided, yeah, we'll make a Venom movie without Spider-Man, and that became a billion-dollar franchise. Like, that is crazy to think about.
Most successful one that they had out of these Sony comic book movies.
Yeah.
Like with these characters that aren't Spider-Man.
Somebody made an unfortunate point on Twitter the other day, or maybe today, I don't know when it was. But somebody made an unfortunate point that they pointed out that Tom Hardy has only been in 2 non-Venom movies since these movies started.
Shit. Is that true?
I think that's true. Because you have the Bike Riders, and then...
I gotta look this up. This can't be true. Can't be true. Hey, no, he wasn't Capone. Remember Capone?
Yeah, that's 2.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's the 2.
Fuck.
Because Venom was 2018.
Okay, that's No Way Home count.
He's still playing Venom, though. I mean, does it really count?
Shit.
Does it really count?
You're right. Damn.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It might
Shit.
just. Yeah.
Tom Hardy's crazy.
Yeah. and he's clearly done the
No,
series.
no, he wants a Logan movie.
Yeah, but he also said I'm done after Venom: The Last
Mm,
Dance. So
we'll see.
we'll see whether or not he means it or not. Yeah. Hey, you guys want to talk about No?
No, and that is
Not
that
much to
movie.
talk about.
He sure did not get up out of that chair.
Nope.
Well, honestly, if he did, the movie would have been over.
Yeah.
Yes, because we were kind of there like, so he's just gonna win then, right? It's no. He's he's like super powerful.
Yeah.
He's crazy.
It's just really funny to me.
Hmm.
God, these movies sure are just ugh.
They
It's
sure
like
are.
no, they just exist. Like this movie just feels like a. It is kind of just a movie that exists. Like it is a movie that I saw.
I
But
did say that is true.
yeah, yeah. It is a movie that I saw. I definitely felt more after watching the first two Venom movies than I did this one. If that makes any sense. Like I had more of a present emotion towards it.
Oh yeah, like again, the ending. I don't know. It kind of got to me. Like, oh man,
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, this is like a friendship that we've been seeing for years, and it's kind of like it's a little sad to see it end. You
Yeah.
know?
It's a little sad. I would have liked to see more of, you know,
Yeah, and you
Eddie
know,
and Venom's bromance.
I guess, and he sacrificed himself too. Like, oh man, Venom like risks his life too. He's dead. Well, no, he's not. He's still
No, he's
alive.
not. But you know, like
Which is why I'm saying there's gonna be a fourth one.
yeah, null wars, null wars, null
No
wars.
wars, no
It's gonna
wars.
be called The King in Black.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And oh god, if that ends up being the Spider-Man movie, I swear to God.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm gonna say that
Please don't let the Tom Holland Spider-Man movie be null, please.
actually, yeah, I'm actually gonna add to that. You do kind of feel like the absence of Venom when Eddie is walking through New York, like just
Yeah,
without Venom in his ear. You know, you do feel that like, wow, man,
yeah. It's like, oh shit, yeah, he's not there. Yeah,
yeah, damn, oh, wow, movie, look at you.
look at
But
you.
yeah, outside of that little neat scene, it's a nonsense movie, nonsense plot, nonsense characters.
Nonsense.
It's
Not. It's
it's
such
it's
nonsense.
nonsense. It's probably got like the worst plot and plot device that they've ever have in these movies.
The setup is wonky. The actual plot is really wonky.
It's got side characters, but
Null is nothing.
yeah, side characters with basically nothing to do, nothing to grasp onto,
They're
despite
either idiots or straight up assholes. Like,
yeah, despite them being really good actors. Oh man.
yeah, doing what they can, but they were given nothing to begin with. It's yeah, it's a whole lot of nothing.
It literally kind of like fucks up the ending of the second movie too. Like, what do you mean this cop character is dead? No, he didn't die. What do you mean? And why is he being framed for it? What happened? What's happening? What is this? Did we watch a different movie?
Yeah,
Did I miss a Venom
it makes
3? And it's actually Venom 4?
no sense.
Hmm.
It felt like they were just like, we have no ideas. What if we just give him a road trip movie? And then they were like, all right, how do we get Eddie and Venom on a road trip movie? And they went, I know. Eddie's on the
It
run.
is it is funny how disconnected these movies are from each other. Like
Oh
despite
yeah,
what they want to tell you,
yeah,
and it just felt evident in this one.
yeah. They had nothing.
I
And
got
they were definitely like, oh god, we need another villain. Who the hell can Venom fight? Null.
Null. Null.
And it's like,
Let's bring in
what?
Null.
We're going right into Null? Like now you gotta introduce now you gotta introduce like explain in a planet of symbiotes a guy who made the symbiotes. Why is he just a dude? Like and also you think if we get the next one, if we guess
He
if okay, here's the real question I'm asking because this is a point that people have brought up about these Venom movies and like why it's stupid that they have no Spider-Man in them. if Null shows up in, say, the next Venom movie, he's not gonna have the spider symbol on his chest.
No, I guess he's not.
Which means Venom is also not gonna have the spider symbol on his chest for the third time in a row.
Third time?
Third time.
For another movie?
Yeah, because in none of these Venom movies he's had the symbol on his chest.
Oh, wait, would it be fourth time then? Because you said
Right, sorry, the fourth time.
The fourth time
in a row. Yeah, the fourth time in a row.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, like, it's so strange. You didn't have, if you didn't want Spider-Man, it just didn't have to be Tom Holland Spider-Man. You could have cast another motherfucker and made a new Spider-Man for your world. Yeah. Or something, I don't know.
You have the rights to literally all the other Spider-Men. You can just say it's Ben Reilly or something. I don't know.
Yeah, just make it another fucking Spider-Man. I don't understand. Or you could make it Peter Parker.
Oh, wait, I know why. They legally can't say Spider-Man.
They can't say Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, that's real. That's why in Madam Web they'd never mention Peter Parker or Spider-Man.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
So unless they make a Spider-Man movie, Spider-Verse, they can't say Spider-Man?
They can't say Spider-Man.
What?
Yeah.
Why not? I don't get it. What is this?
I don't know. I don't know. This Sony deal gets ever more confusing.
I don't think Sony would ever want this for them, man.
Clearly doesn't matter. Venom is the cash cow.
True. But you know, what will be the cash cow? Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
What if they made Spider-Man 4? That'd be amazing. Spider-Man 4. But like, Toby Spider-Man 4, you know that one.
Or Andrew Amazing Spider-Man 3.
No. Do you think they would do that?
I'm surprised they haven't already.
Well, they wanted to, but you know what happened?
Well, a lot of things happened.
You know, I think a better cash up would be a Andrew and Toby team-up movie.
Maybe.
That checks out more to me. People really like that in No Way Home.
I like how we have barely talked about Venom. What is there really to say? It's a Venom movie.
Well,
like,
it really shows the state of things for like Sony movies, right? For like Sony, Marvel.
Yeah.
You know, really shows the state of things.
What is there to say anymore?
And yeah, I feel like Venom that's just it. There's no more really for them anymore. Like after this, what's gonna be the cash cow?
Yeah, what's the story to tell? Like you stretched it to 3. You wasted Carnage in your second movie, so it's like, what do you do anymore?
And and apparently Venom's over for now, I guess. So it's like, what is Sony's cash cow for Marvel? It's not fucking Craven. It's not gonna be Craven. Guarantee you that.
It's Morbin time.
Oh right, yeah, the movie that no one saw.
Mm-hmm. Watch Craven make money.
We were all saving our money for the sequel.
Watch Craven make money somehow.
It might. I don't know.
I mean, it's rated R. Maybe it'll get like the John Wick action crowd.
Maybe, but man, I don't see that shit being very good. But hey, I mean, they delayed it again, didn't they? Or like,
it comes out in December.
Was gonna be good.
Right. No, it wasn't supposed to come out in October, and then
it was supposed to come out last October or last August. Yeah,
they delayed it. That's never a good sign.
Oh no. Yeah, it was supposed to come out last August, and like last year August.
That's
and then it got pushed to I think October of last year, and then it got delayed to December of this year, which is worse because now it has to go up against Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. I don't think that's a good sign for that movie.
No,
do we know why they delayed
it?
Any reason why they delayed it?
I think it was because of the actors' strike. Yeah.
Right.
Because at the time they couldn't promote it.
Okay.
And
I mean,
you gotta be able to promote it. So
that's 3 delays. So it's like, damn. And the writer strike didn't even end until.
The writer strike didn't end.
Sorry, actor strike.
The actor strike didn't end until September.
So why would that mean you?
The writer strike ended in November.
Yeah, so why would that mean you delayed a year?
Actually, no. I think the writer strike ended in September, the actors' strike ended in November. Because I remember the actors couldn't market the Marvels.
Mm.
Yeah. They also couldn't market the Hunger Games either. Yeah.
So yeah, why would you delay it a whole year? Like that's crazy. Like it's maybe this is a case of like Transformers 2 where it's like, oh right, writer strike, huh? Okay.
I feel like it was maybe they just wanted more synergy with Venom.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But these movies are so disconnected to one another. I don't know where you're gonna get from that.
The only one that's kind of connected is Morbius because Venom is offhandedly referenced. So it's like, okay.
Are we gonna get our Sony cinematic universe?
I don't know.
With these
Sony Pictures universe of Marvel characters.
with these
Spunk.
movies?
Yeah, we're all gonna show up to the next Spunk movie, right?
The next what?
Spunk. Sony Pictures universe of Marvel characters.
Oh yeah. I'm like, what the fuck did you just say to me? That feels like a slur.
It sounds like something else.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fun time. I say that Venom Last Dance.
Oh yeah, it's a fun movie, but it's just
we were having
it's
fun.
not even close to good. You know.
No.
What is one to say? I gave it a 3.5. That's kind of where I leaned.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I'm at a 3. Honestly, also a 3.
Yeah, I'd say a 3.
Yeah, that's also kind of where I put all the other Venom movies. For me, the first one's a 3. Let There Be Carnage is a 3.5, and then Last Dance is a 3.5. So, yeah, I got nothing to say here. Kind of is what it is.
It was a nutty movie out of a nutty franchise. We got 3 of them.
Yeah.
Because of you people, because of you giving them money.
Hey, we gave it money too.
True. It was our fault too, but we are not worth 1 billion people.
Well, just remember, we let Transformers 4 make $1 billion.
That's true. Right. No, that was China.
We let that happen. We as a collective people.
Okay, yeah, all right. The population of Earth.
Yeah, we let that happen. We stopped at the next movie after it, but
yeah, I didn't even see that one in theaters. So good on me.
I did.
Oh, you fool!
My theater was empty.
All right, good. Well, then good on them.
Yeah, that concludes, I guess, this roundup here.
Yay!
We went a lot longer than I thought we would.
Bro, come on! You shouldn't be surprised at this point. We go long.
But I'm not surprised. You know, shit happens.
No, yeah. We go long. We are long men. We are long men.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're talking physically long, I am the shortest of the 3. If I see your card.
You have to tell me that. No, wait. Okay, yeah, you're shortest out of the tallest. You know, we're pretty tall. I'm just saying, we're like 6'7".
8 feet tall.
Yeah, you're that thing. You're at that thing at the end of Alien Romulus. Got it.
On a bad day.
Oh, on a bad day.
That's me. 6'7". That's me on a bad day.
You're a grower, not a shower.
Yeah, on a good day, I'm like
yeah, I grown my skin horns on my entire body.
I'm like 7 feet. You know, I don't. Thankfully, I'm only 7 feet. I don't want to be 8 feet where I'm like, I can't move properly because I'm too tall.
Well, I mean, if you're too tall, then your blood can't, pump fast enough through your body, so you're gonna have a higher heart rate, which you're gonna die younger.
Which is why I would want to be 8 feet tall.
Yeah. Well, at 7 feet, you're still suffering the same problem.
Well, only on a bad day.
Yeah, you're gonna have underlying heart conditions.
Oh no! Hopefully, I'll be like Shaq.
Millionaire,
maybe.
Yeah, Shaq. He's one of the good tall people. Wait.
I was wondering where that sentence was going, and I was very scared.
Yeah.
One of the good tall people. He's healthy. That's what I'm saying.
One of the physically good tall people.
Exactly. He's not.
Okay.
I said physically.
I could be the Big Show. He has trouble walking now. He doesn't walk right. Probably because of wrestling. That's probably why.
Yep, couldn't have helped.
Should have
Well,
retired.
the Undertaker also can't walk anymore either.
Well, he's not 7 feet. He's close though. He's like 6'10".
Yeah.
Pretty close. And he's doing better now. The reason why, wrestling. But like the thing with Big Show is that he's got like a cast on his leg where he's like walking straight mostly. Most of what Taker will get is like short little pains because of wrestling. I think Big Show's effective height is like causing him to have trouble walking well. But sucks. But hey, that's the fucking business.
Yeah, it is what it is. All right, well, to end that there. That was a lot.
Oh wait, shit. You didn't mention Well, no, never mind. That wouldn't count. I was gonna say you didn't talk about the Batman documentary, but that's technically a show. So yeah, that's not.
Yeah. There's a documentary series. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of forget some.
Yeah.
Some of them are just like an hour long. That's why I'm like, or like 2 hours long. So I'm like, yeah. I kind of just mix them up sometimes.
Yeah. Oh well. That was a fun one.
That was fun. They're always fun. Always have fun in these talking about movies.
Yeah. I wonder if this ended up being longer than the last one.
Oh, did you end it?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna, that would be a very abrupt ending, and I would hate you for it. Did it end up being? I mean, when we started at what?
7:45, 7:45, 8 o'clock.
It's 12:22 right now.
Yeah.
Halloween is over. So
We also did take a break.
We did. Needed to pee. But yeah, happy November, everybody.
Happy November. Oh shit.
That's 2 months until the
She's almost unthawed.
Oh,
That's
no.
it. That's a joke for a few people there.
A few people. Yeah, you're gonna get it. You know who you are. Piece of shit.
Yeah, you did this. You unthawed her.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Should have kept her frozen. All right. I'm ending this.
All right, bye. Bye.